Well, a very good morning and welcome to YouGarden TV. It's lovely to have your company. My name's Shaun. I'm with Adam this morning.
Hi, Shaun. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you, my friend.
You as well.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Back together at last.
I know. We're going to have a blast.
Lovely to have your company. Got to apologise. We're slightly delayed this morning. We've had a couple of hiccups, but we've got everything in place. We've got some fantastic deals for you this morning. I want to tell you a couple of things straight away, actually, because we don't particularly have a free gift today, but we've got a great deal for you. Take a look at these strawberries. Now, when it comes to strawberries, Cambridge variety, fantastic. These should be $9.99. However, if you add them in to your order and you use the code YGTV1024, you'll get them for 99 pence. Now, you do have to pay the postage. However, the most postage you'll pay on the show is $6.99. So if you're adding other things into your order and your postage is $6.99, it'll be included. So you'll be paying just 99 pence. Great variety.
Yeah, great variety. I mean, huge strawberries, sumptuous strawberries for month after month. Just, homegrown strawberries. Oh my goodness me, they are just a world away from strawberries that you might buy in the supermarket, for example.
Superb flavour, isn't it? Really juicy and fruity.
You can leave them on, Shaun, right to that last minute, can't you? When they're super juicy, super sweet, warmed by the sun. And I love them when you just pull and they just come away from the stem. Just, you haven't got to yank them off. They just, and when they come away, that's when they're super sweet and delicious. And it was like Stu, a producer, to saying they don't make it into the house, do they? Because you eat them before you take them indoors.
320024 is the item number. Add them into your basket. Use the code YGTV1024. You've got to use that code to get all the best prices because we've got some great buy one get one frees.
Yeah, we've got some absolute stunners today, and crazy prices. I'm in the industry, so I'm out and about all the time.
Yeah.
And, when we were going through the prices before the show, I was like, really? You sure?
We both were,
it's like, normally that would be $14.99 or $19.99. We're saying, no, it's $9.99. So, absolutely remarkable.
And we got some fab double up deals as well. Now, another way to save money with us here at YouGarden TV is to join the club. The club is fantastic. £5 for a whole year. It's an auto-renewal yearly subscription, but it then will get you 10% off every plan and accessory on your order. Everything on the show, 10% off. How fabulous is that? You'll also get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers to use throughout the year. You can use one £5 voucher every 3 months, and you'll get offers, competitions, and expert advice. It's all about being in the club here at YouGarden and all about getting those fantastic deals. And if you don't cancel your membership, you'll only ever pay £5 a year. Even if we change the price, you'll only ever pay £5 a year. Another bonus, before we get to all the fabulous plants and deals, is if you spend over £40, you get free delivery across the whole order. That's great, isn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, so that's saving as well on that delivery as well. To think all the extra things you can buy when you kind of don't pay the postage and packing.
All the extra shopping that we can do.
Yeah, all the extra goodies.
And make sure if you go over £40 specifically, 99 pence for your strawberries. So make sure you add those in. 320024 is your item number. That's all the housekeeping out of the way.
I'll tell you, there was one thing I missed last week. I forgot to say until really late in the show, all the Hardy items we have, lifetime guarantee as well.
How fab is that?
Yeah, so again, you've got that reassurance, haven't you, that if you buy something and it fails, we'll replace it,
So if you're on the website and there's a little snowflake by that item, it means it's a Hardy item, so you've got that replacement guarantee. And one other thing I forgot to mention is please get in touch. We'd love to hear from you, even if you just want to say hello. A very happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you out there. There's a few of you in the chat already. Leslie's there, Elaine's there. You're all chatting away. Phil's there from Scotland. Amanda's there as well. Isn't it great? It's great, that club membership.
Yeah, and think about this. We're not just a place where you come to buy plants. What we want to do with YouGarden, we want to create a community at the end of the day. And anybody got any questions, or if you want to send in your pictures of your garden, or
we'd love to see
just
that.
we just want to kind of just reciprocate with each other, don't we? Really, and just get a really good thing going.
Email address is at the bottom of the screen: ygtb@yougarden.com. So please do get in touch, even if it's just to say hello. Now we're going to get started straight away with a deal that was the most popular item of the week. not even a plant. And the reason being the value here. Now, these are the boxwood acorn planters. They're on a clearance price. When they're gone, they're gone. They're a buy one, get one free. Now, the buy one, get one frees, you only have to put one, is that right? You only have to put one in your basket, and we'll put the other one in. Use the code YGTV1024. You'll get the two for $14.99. But if you're in the club, $13.49 for two of these amazing planters.
And you know what, Shaun? Pots, plastic pots in recent years have become so expensive because they're sort of an oil product, if you like, so really expensive. But what is fantastic about these, I mean, just look how incredible these are. I remember in the olden days, you could see the seam, you could see the line kind of, you could see where they came off the blow mould and there'd be a bit of plastic hanging off. And these, I mean, even as close up as we are, these look like the real deal. But of course, you don't have all the hassle, do you? These are not heavy. These are not going to crack. These are not going to be destroyed by the frost. They're UV stable. They're frost resistant. They're absolutely stunning. And they just look so real, don't they? I mean,
they do. They look like those stone pots that are going to be really heavy, that have got a beautiful finish. They have got a beautiful finish and design. As Adam was saying, frost resistant, UV resistant, great year round, really strong as well. They're not like those flimsy plastic pots that you see.
These are pots for life. These pots can last you 50, 20, 25 years. And also, for instance, if you've got a balcony or if you've got a rooftop garden, or if you're not as mobile as you used to be, you can't move around those big heavy pots. And again, if you've got a balcony, you might have a weight issue, so you can't put those pots on there. These look like stone pots, but they're not. They're lightweight, and also, unlike the terracotta ones, they don't wick away the moisture, and you end up with all that green mould and algae on the outside either, which is really horrible this time of year. So, absolutely fantastic pots, amazing,
and really easy to clean if you get any build up on there.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll tell you what I do find this time of year, although perhaps not so much this winter, but what I do find after really cold winters is when I go to a customer's for the first visit in the new year, and I go to lift the pots up. Quite often, this rim just comes away. The frost has cracked it, and the whole and all you end up with like a jagged edge to the top of the pot, and the whole thing has to just be thrown away or made into crocks. That's never going to happen with these. These are always going to be solid. They're going to look as good today as they will in 5 weeks, 10 weeks, 5 years, 10 years.
Buy one, get one free. 130395 $14.99 or $13.49 if you're in the club. The postage is there, but being as the postage is there, make sure you add in those strawberries. You'll get your strawberries for 99p. You've got to add them into your basket. You won't get them unless you add them in. You will get them for 99p, and then $6.99 postage. But if you're already paying that, no extra postage. 320024, and spend over £40, you get free postage on your entire order.
I tell you, it'd be hard not to spend £40 though, because we have just got such stonkingly gorgeous plants and such a fantastic range of plants as well today. I mean, we've got bulbs, and we've got shrubs, we've got standard trees, we've got fruit, we've got everything. It's amazing.
And we've seen some sunshine this week.
Yes.
Which is fabulous.
That was, I spent a whole day in the garden yesterday, which was great.
Was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And I got my first grass cutting as well. I didn't think I was ever going to be able to cut the grass because it's been so wet. But this morning, we're back to rain again. But you know what? By the end of the week, they're talking about being 15, 16 degrees and starting to warm up a bit. So, and it's light till 6 now, and it's getting light at 6 in the morning. Clocks go forward in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So, whoa. So we'll come home from work and we'll have a couple of hours in the evening to sit out in the garden.
Spring is coming.
Good stuff.
Spring is springing.
All good.
It's lovely to have you with us. We're going to take a look now. Well, you've noticed that Shaun's not here. Bex isn't here today, but we've got one of Bex's favourites for you coming up next. Bex, a really great friend of ours, one of our resident experts here at YouGarden TV. Now, take a look at the Camellia Femme Fatale. When I first saw this, I was like, is this a real flower?
I mean, Shaun,
isn't that stunning?
It's exquisite, isn't it? I mean, just look at that. I mean, I've seen many camellias over the years, but I have never ever seen a camellia with a flower size like this, with that sort of voluptuousness, with that colour. I mean, it's like silk or satin, isn't it? That flower, absolutely gorgeous. And not only that, look at the foliage, super healthy foliage there. A great big fat bud still to come as well. So, this isn't a camellia that's going to be flowering for a week or two and then it's all over. You're going to keep getting flowers come week after week after
buds
week.
Everywhere on it,
loads of buds on there. Super healthy plant. And of course, if you've already got a garden where you've got rhododendrons and azaleas and things like that growing quite happily in the soil, you can plant this straight into the garden. because they like acid soil. If you haven't, not a big problem at all, because you can actually grow these in pots. Camellias do fantastically well in pots. Just use some of our ericaceous compost instead of our normal compost. That will keep them really happy in the pots, and this will be happy in a pot. In fact, even the boxwood pots we've got here would be big enough. I mean, actually, let's do it. Let's pop it in and see what it looks like. We'll pop this one into here.
Now, these planters that we mentioned at the top of the show, I didn't mention that we don't have a lot of stock. We've got the final stock that we have remaining. There's less than 50 of the bundles remaining. So if you want those pots, those planters, do get them in your basket quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you can see there, Shaun, there's, in fact, there's enough depth in that pot to have at least 3 or 4 inches of compost underneath. And then you've got compost around that, so that would look absolutely fantastic in there.
Yeah.
And that camellia would be happy in that pot for at least a couple of 2 or 3 years.
Right.
And of course, great thing about having a camellia in a pot, for example, is when it does flower, you can bring that pot right up to your patio doors. You can bring it right up where you can see it.
Yeah.
So even on a miserable day like today, if this was down the end of the garden somewhere and it's a wet day, you're not going to go out and see it. But of course, if it's just outside your patio doors or outside your front door where you're going in and out in a pot, every day for probably a month or so, you can see these absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous flowers. And camellias are ridiculously hardy. They'll take any amount of frost.
Okay.
So, where they grow naturally, they grow sort of mountainous areas like that, sort of really quite cold areas, so they'll get through any winter. They're really, really frost hardy. They're very disease resistant. They don't really get any pests and diseases. You've got this wonderful evergreen foliage as well, so even in the middle of the winter you've got a shrub that's interesting, that's doing something.
Yeah, it always looks good all year round, doesn't it?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And these are going to last and last.
Oh yeah, I mean, camellias they can live hundreds of years, camellias.
Wow.
I mean, you can go to some parts of the world where they grow naturally and they grow into trees, I mean, with huge, great big trunks. And there's even places in the UK, down in the West Country and stuff, famous gardens and areas where they've got huge camellias. But of course, this one, I mean, this is quite a compact plant, but you can prune camellias back very, very easily. So after flowering, if you wanted to and it got too big, just cut it back to above a leaf joint, and then it will reshoot, and those shoots will then be your flower buds for the following year. And of course, camellia, that's the family we make tea from. Camellia sinensis is where your morning cuppa comes from. So,
this is why it's here.
This is what these plants are. If you think about tea, your cup of tea, same family.
It's a stunning plant, gorgeous flowers that you're going to get. One of the favourites here in the potting shed. The potting shed right in the middle of the nursery. It's all going on out there, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I love about this place. I mean, when you drive in, when I drove in this morning, there's loads of plants, and again, it was a bit annoying actually, because I said to Stuart, I was looking for some of these phlox for a customer this week, and I couldn't find them anywhere. I drove in, and there's a trolley out there of about, don't exaggerate, about 1,000 phlox on these carpet phlox, on these trolleys out there, and I was like, typical, should have gone to YouGarden first, shouldn't I?
Just under delivery.
Never learn.
Whatever you're shopping for, make sure you get the deals. Use the code YGTV1024. It unlocks all the codes, all the discounts, all the buy one get one frees on the show, and make sure you get the best deals across the show. We're here with you right through until 2 o'clock. We'd love to hear from you if you do want to drop us an email, as I say. Now, another item that I've always loved is the Kojo no Mai, as we call it. Very rare we see it on a standard, though, if I remember.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's a shrub and it has kind of slightly contorted kind of stems. This is a standard plant, and oh wow, this is just divine, isn't it? Yeah. I bought my mum, not a standard one, but kind of the normal shrubby type of one of these about 5 or 6 years ago for Mother's Day. And every year she rings me up and says, oh son, it's looking absolutely gorgeous. It's smothered in flowers, and it just looks divine, doesn't it? I mean, you've got the lovely standard stem there as well, probably what you'd call a half standard. And the great thing about that, and we're going to bring you some more standards in the show today. And the good thing about standards means that you can have a shrub that normally, if it just went into the ground not being a standard, would get really big and perhaps take up a lot of space.
Right.
But when you put them as a standard, first of all, it means you can get them to stand above other plants in the beds and borders, so you've got the height.
Different levels.
Yeah, but also this growth is kind of controlled on the top of this stem as well, so it's never going to romp away and take over a huge space. So again, if you've just got a balcony, if you've just got a tiny little patio, even if you've almost got a window box, you know, you could enjoy something this size year after year after year. And I mean, how delicate and gorgeous and sweet and wonderful are those flowers, and how brave is this little plant as well. I mean, we're mid-March, it's a cold time of year still, you know, we've come through an awful winter. But this is just saying, you know what, I'm going to burst into flower for you, I'm going to make you smile, I'm going to cheer you up, I'm going to bring colour. And it's a member of the prunus family, which is the cherry family, for example. And we see loads and loads of flowering cherries. But for me, I just think the delicacy of this and the intricacy of it and the way it's so lovely and branched, and it's got such a beautiful kind of shaped top to it here as well. Oh, absolutely wonderful. A real addition to any garden or any garden space, really.
They look painted, those flowers,
They do.
don't they? They're so gorgeous. So many flowers. $27.99 for your standard. 510257 is your item number. We've already had emails in. Simon's emailed. Hello, Simon. Good morning to you. Graham sent us a picture in. We'll show you the pictures that you send in throughout the show. My other half, Hayley, I believe, has dropped us an email and said hello. She sent us a picture of the mimosa in our garden.
Oh, really? Oh, good.
It's not a drink that she's having, which you would think she probably is. No champagne cocktails around our house, not on a Sunday morning. She's got a mum there. It'll be tea all the way.
Nice bit of Earl Grey.
Yes, a lovely start to the day. So the Kojo no Mai. We are going to take a look at the compost. Are we looking at these planters first, though, again? We've got to give you the details quickly. So many of you are going for these. You've got to use the code, remember, to get the buy one, get one free deal. YGTV1024. Your item number 130395. Buy one, get one free. 2 of those amazing planters. Let's show you how easy it is to do. Now, it's in our basket, but we haven't used the code, so there's only one. But if we pop the code in, you will see just there the offer code. Very important you use our code this morning to get all of our deals. YGTV1024, and there we go. We pop another one in your basket for you. So $14.99, $6.99 delivery. If we're paying $6.99 delivery, make sure you add in the strawberries, 320024. You'll get the strawberries, should be $9.99 for 99p because you've used the code, and there's no extra on your postage. And do you know what I would do? I would add in the compost that we're going to show you, because if you take your basket price over £40, you'll get free delivery across everything. And that compost, obviously, if you're going for the planters, you'll need some compost to go into your planters. So we've got the perfect compost. And if you thought compost couldn't make a difference, I think this compost, when we first started using it, what a difference it makes.
It does. I mean, the first thing I'm going to do, I do this every time as well. I'm just
always going in.
Because when you see, the reason I do that. One day I'll inhale it like snort, like snuff. Sorry, like snuff. It'll go straight up my nostrils. I'll have a complete
to think
coughing fit on air. But the reason I smell it is because sometimes you can open some bags of compost and there's a musty smell, there's a mouldy smell. In fact, I did some time back. I just needed to get some compost really, really quick, and I stopped off somewhere and got 10 bags. And when I emptied it out, and I'm going to say the word, it just smelt like poo. Literally, it smelled like poo. It was absolutely awful. And I put it down in my garden, and for about 2 or 3 days, I came home from work and I could smell it in my living room.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was horrible. So, this smells fantastic. It smells fresh, and this does make such a difference, because this is exactly the type of compost that they're going to use in the places in the world where they grow billions and billions of plants every year. Places like the Netherlands, places like Italy, places like Spain.
And we call it premium professional compost because it's what the growers use.
Yeah, exactly. It's massively, massively peat reduced, this as well. There is a peat element in here that holds on to the moisture, but also we've got that composted wood fibre as well. So that keeps this compost really nice and open. It gives it a great open texture so the oxygen can get down to the roots. It's really, really important. The roots can penetrate down into this as well. So that's great when you're growing seeds or when you're starting to pot on your little plug plants, for example. Also, it's got a wetting agent. And it's a shame you couldn't see before the show. When I came in, this compost looked a bit dry because it's been indoors. I got a whole watering can of water, just went over the top. And apart from a little bit that just went off the edge here, it just all soaked in straight away because there's a wetting agent.
It holds on to the water, doesn't it? When it uses it when it needs it, basically.
Yeah. So there's a wetting agent in this, and basically the wetting agent makes this compost like kitchen towel. It makes it super absorbent.
Right.
Because we've all been to that place where sometimes with a hanging basket, with a pot, it dries out, you go to water it, the water runs straight off the side, all over your feet, all down the front of you.
It never goes into the pot.
Doesn't soak in.
No.
This wants to suck in the moisture, it wants to absorb the water. Also, it's pH balanced as well. Now, pH balance basically means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline, so a much bigger range of plants will thrive in this compost. And there's a slow release fertiliser in this as well that's going to last up to about 6 weeks. So, it's an absolutely phenomenal compost. And over the years when, I've been bringing this compost to people, the reviews, the pictures I've seen. I even saw one year a gentleman who used it to grow daffodils, and he did like a little trial, Roger, and he had a patch of daffodils one side, just growing in the ordinary ground. The other side he improved it with this compost. And daffodils normally grow on a washing line, and I didn't think anything would make a difference to daffodils, but those daffodils in the compost were bigger, they were taller, they were stronger, they were sturdier, the flowers were bigger. So if you think a compost is the basis of what plants need to get a good start in life, you give them a good start like this.
It's the foundation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's exactly it. Now, the deal we've got for you on this is brilliant. I didn't realise the postage was included, so there's no postage on this. You're going to get 2 50-litre bags delivered to your door. The other thing I love about it, the first time I came to the nursery, I saw the delivery of compost. The turnover is so fresh, this compost, isn't it? It's not sat here for months and years at a time.
No, and that's why it's in these plain bags as well, because it's not going anywhere else. It's not going to a garden centre where we need to print on there, what we need to tell you about it. We're telling you about this compost now, so it will come straight out from the supplier, freshly bagged and then sent out to yourself. And of course, if you want to, you can store it. I mean, again, I'm all for remembering names, apart from plant names. There's a gentleman the other week who sent us in a fantastic picture where he'd stored Graham. I'm not remembering these, by the way, so he's our lovely Stu telling me in my ear all these names. But in case you think suddenly he's remembered. But I think Graham had about 15, 20 bags of this stored up in his garage, all getting ready for the season ahead.
Great.
And as long as you store it somewhere upright and cool and dark and out the way, it will last for a good 2, 3, 4, 5 months being stored.
Now, there's the picture like we were talking about. That's Graham's. It's ready to go. Good work, Graham. And postage included if you use the code. Remember, you have to use the code to get all of the offers included. YGTV1024 is our code this week. So 100-125 is your item number if you want to go for the compost. You can multi-order there as well if you want to be a bit like Graham and stock up on your compost so you're ready. So because you can never have too much compost.
I'm always running out of compost. And just quickly, the way Graham stored that compost, that's the best way to do it. Don't stack it like side on.
Stand it up.
Yeah, because if you stack it one top of the other, then you kind of squash it and you squeeze all the air out of it.
Okay.
So do it like Graham does, then it's all lovely and aerated, then it'll come out the bag really nice and easily for you.
And you know what, when you talk about compost from a garden centre or the DIY stores, it is like that, isn't it? It's all flattened down.
If you get one that's almost on the bottom of the pallet,
even getting it out of the bag,
it's almost like solid when you pick it up.
Completely different, makes a huge difference all around the garden. Pots, planters, mix it in with your soil, you'll absolutely love it. Now, we've come to the favourites table for you, the favourites of the week. If you've not seen YouGarden before, 3 shows a week, Wednesday and Thursday mornings, and then our big special on a Sunday. Now, this next deal apparently wasn't supposed to happen. Stu, our producer director, he's got all these different titles because he does pretty much everything behind the scenes. There was a big bust up over this prize, and I'm not surprised. For this Escalonia, $9.99 is a spectacular price. If you're in the club, it's $8.99, remember. Tell us about this one, Adam.
Well, I know about this one because myself and my other half have got one of these in the front garden. My lovely mother-in-law, Jenny. Hi, happy Mother's Day, Jenny. She's got one of these we bought for her. Again, a really, really stunning shrub, and very similar to camellia in the fact it's evergreen. So all the year through, you've got that lovely, lovely deep green, shiny foliage. And that's great, isn't it, to have kind of evergreen shrubs, because sometimes in a British winter, a lot of things die down, don't they? And you can just be looking at bare earth or just sort of dead sticks. With this, even in winter, you've got the lovely leaves, but of course, what you get in the spring is these explosions of conical heads of pink flowers that just look absolutely amazing. And they flower for week after week after week after week. The one in our front garden is always covered in pollinating insects. Butterflies land on it. The bees love it. I mean, you can see all the pollen there on the end there of the stamens, and there'll be all those flowers will be full of lovely nectar as well, which is fantastic for the bees. And if you plant an ordinary type of escallonia, in fact, I'm doing a job in a couple of weeks' time where I'm taking some escallonias out of somebody's front garden because they've got absolutely huge. They've got 7, 8, 9 foot tall. Okay. They've got really woody, and they've just totally taken over everything else. So they've got to come out. This one is a lovely compact plant. So again, even if you've got a small garden, even if you've got a balcony or a small patio, you can now enjoy escallonia without it taking over your whole garden and dominating all the other plants. And it naturally grows in this lovely sort of domed kind of shape anyway. It more or less sort of keeps itself trimmed and tidy. But of course, after it's finished flowering, if it gets too big, just trim it back a little bit with some secateurs or some shears to the shape you want it to be. The new shoots that come will then give you the flowering stems the following year. But yeah, it's an absolute knockout plant. It's a shrub that I think we're going to see more and more and more as the years go by, to be honest, because we're moving into houses now with smaller gardens. And also,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, many gardens are smaller now. And a lot of people now are living in flats or apartments. I see a lot of those kind of places. And if you're renting somewhere, you can always take the plants with you. I mean, I remember that was the heartbreak when I moved from Bishop Stortford, where I used to live, to Swaffham, because I managed to take a lot of plants with me, but some of them was so mature.
Into the ground,
I had to leave them there. But you know, if you've got something like this, which is an absolute treasure, a real beautiful shrub, that one. If you've got it in a pot, you can just put it on the removal lorry and take it with you to your next house.
$8.99 if you're in the club. Those boxwood planters would be great with that
absolutely
as well.
Fine. Yeah, for good 2 or 3 years even, that would be fine in that boxwood planter, to be honest with you. So should we get one? I'll grab one, Shaun.
Let's have a look at it.
We'll drop it in.
Great foliage, as Adam was saying. Lovely evergreen foliage that just stays looking beautiful. And let's have a look inside that pot that we've got. Oh yes, yes, please.
Works perfect. And the good thing about that is there's still at least sort of 4 or 5 inches of gap under the base of the pot. So that means you can get a nice lot of compost underneath it. So the roots can kind of get down into that soil. There's a nice sort of 2 or 3 inch gap around the pot as well. So by the time you've got all that gorgeous compost in there and that plant's sitting in there, it's got lots of moisture to draw on, it's got lots of goodness in the compost to draw on. And of course, remember that pot. That pot is frost resistant, UV resistant, it's lightweight, it's not heavy. So yeah, I think those two look fantastic together.
Really good. And buy one, get one free on the pots. If you want to get those, you've got to use the code. Remember, YGTV1024. If you go for those, it's a buy one, get one free. So I would go for 2 of those fabulous escallonias. Next up, we're going to look at begonias. Begonias are so great because they're so easy to look after, aren't they?
Yeah. And these ones are shameless. I mean, they really are. They're totally shameless. They do not care what they look like. They don't care how bright and brash and flamboyant and colourful they are. And yeah, I'm one of these gardeners as well. I hate colour schemes. I hate being told I've got to have
everything has to be blue.
Yeah, you know, it all has to be white. It all has to be yellow with. No, it doesn't. Well, it can if you want it to be, but you know what? There's no law that says you've got to be like that. When have you ever walked past a field of wildflowers and said, "Oh goodness me, you know, those,
one colour"?
Yeah, that red clover and those yellow buttercups, they're clashing badly, and they ought to do something about that. And that's what I love about these. I mean, such stunning, bright, gorgeous colours, and those super incredible double flowers. I like the way they almost look, the edges of the petals almost like they've been done with sort of pinking shears around those. And even the leaves on begonias are fabulous as well. You've got those really kind of odd triangle shaped leaves. The stems are a nice reddish colour, and you are going to get month after month after month of flowers with these. And of course you can keep the tubers dry through the winter time, and you can bring them back into life the following year. So these aren't like annuals that just one season and they're gone. You can grow them year after year after year. They self-deadhead as well, so you don't even need to deadhead them. And if we have a hot, dry summer, if we have a damp, cool summer, please, let's not. But if we do, begonias still do well. Yeah.
Yeah, they struggle through any weather, basically, don't they, a begonia?
They always look fantastic, and they almost seem to emit their own light on a really dull day. Seeing a basket of those,
glow.
Yeah, they've got that natural glow to them. They're absolutely gorgeous.
Deal's brilliant. $9.99 gets you 10 tubers, but we've got a double up deal here. So if you put 2 in your basket and use the code YGTV1024, we'll get 2 packs for $14.99. So it's like you get another $5 off some, but make sure you add 2 in if you want to do the double up deal for $14.99. 630190 for your begonias. Now we're going to jump back to the Escallonia because Anne's messaged, hi Anne, good morning to you, on Facebook, and she wants to know, do I prune an Escallonia?
You can prune an Escallonia, but what I would do with the Escallonia is prune it straight after it's finished flowering. So kind of basically before anything that flowers reasonably before midsummer, prune straight after flowering, because then the new growth that comes will be your flowering wood for the following year.
Okay.
So yeah, so as soon as it's finished flowering, if it's too tall for what you want, just clip it down a little bit. New shoots will come, and they'll be your flowering shoots for the following year.
Brilliant. Good advice. Again, any questions, do feel free to message us here at the studio. Adam, we haven't really covered your background for anyone who doesn't know. An award-winning gardener, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I've been gardening since 5 years of age. I've run my own garden maintenance business for about 37 years. And along with my partner John, won 4 gold medals at the Chelsea Flower Show, some silver gilt medals, some silver medals, done some shows, other RHS shows as well. And yeah, I mean, I live for gardening. I love gardening. It's my livelihood, it's my passion, it's my hobby, it's my reason to be honest. So.
Passion exudes from you. It really does. It makes you feel enthusiastic about your garden. So that's the Escallonia and the question there. We are going to move on to another favourite. All of these on this table in front of us have been the favourites this week. Crocosmia.
Yep.
These are fantastic colours, great height in the garden, an abundance of colour that you can see there. This is also a double up deal, so $9.99 gets you 50 corms, but if you put 2 in your basket, you'll pay just $14.99 and you'll get 100 corms as long as you use the code. If you're in the club, you'll pay even less. Remember, 10% off everything if you're in the club. So Crocosmia, always popular when I've done them on
really
shows.
Easy to grow. I remember years ago Crocosmia were just orange. You could just buy orange Crocosmia. That was about it. Yeah, now there's gorgeous lemon yellow ones. You can buy the one called Lucifer, that's a really tall red one. But these are a fantastic mix of oranges and reds and yellows. Really, really easy to grow. Grow them somewhere open, sunny and well drained. They're really, really, really hardy plants. They've got strong wiry stems as well, so they support the flowers really, really well. And they just flower for week after week after week after week. I've actually grown these in troughs. I even grew them in a hanging basket once, and they did quite well in a hanging basket. But they're perennial plants, so they'll flower. In fact, what you'll see this time of year, or this time next year when you've got them in your garden, you'll see these little kind of spikes coming up, these little green spikes coming up. The leaves come up first, and you get these lovely clump of sword-shaped leaves. And then kind of late spring into early summer, as you move on, the little flower spike emerges from the top. And sometimes they have like sort of 3 or 4 branches on that flowering spike as well. And these little flowers on each spike, as you can see there, they almost look like, before they come out in flower, they almost look like when you buy cut freesias.
Yes,
they've got that similar look.
Yeah,
that's what they kind of, and then they open out, and so you've got these wonderful, wonderful colours. And then for the rest of the summer, you'll have the foliage, and then in the autumn, the foliage sort of goes yellow and dies down. They disappear back down under the ground for the winter, and then the following spring they come back, and they do divide or spread quite quickly as well. So after a couple of 2 or 3 years, you can dig a clump up, you can break them up a bit, and then create more clumps around the garden.
Great.
But ideally, what they want is full sun and well drained, and they're not even fussed about soil. They don't need really, really rich soil.
Okay.
I've seen these growing really poor soils, really gravelly, sandy, stony, really unpleasant, what we would call unpleasant soils, but they do really, really well. And in fact, down in the West Country, they grow wild down there. They've kind of escaped into the wild. You see them growing in hedgerows and fields. And in fact, I went to Republic of Ireland about 6, 7, 8 years ago. I think it was we went late May, early June, and there were whole fields of these flowering. I couldn't believe it.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it was incredible. So yeah, really, really easy plants, really rewarding. Basically, you plant them, you let them grow, they flower. You don't do anything with them.
Love that.
Just enjoy them.
And then they just come back.
And they'll come back year after year, and you'll get more and more year after year. Really, really easy, simple, but such a beautiful, effective, wonderful plant.
Fireburst of colour with those yellows, the oranges and the reds. And $9.99 gets you 50 corms, but if you put 2 in your basket, you've got a double up deal. You'll get 100 corms for $14.99 as long as you use the code YGTV1024. And remember, if you're in the club, you'll get 10% off those prices. And also our deal of the week, if you add in the strawberries, should be $9.99. Add those into your basket. You'll only pay 99 pence. You'll get 10 strawberry runners. Now, runners aren't the prettiest looking plants, are they, when they arrive?
No.
You get great results from these.
You do, yeah, because to be honest, anybody who looked at a pack of strawberry runners would just think you're pulling my chain on. It's like, I'm kind of.
Well, we've got some. We'll show you them in a little while.
No, I'll grab these
he's going
now.
to get them now. When you see them, don't let this put you off, is what I always say with runners.
I mean, when you look at them, they don't look like the most inspirational thing in the world.
Not really, no.
You can see there. But these are super vibrant plants. As soon as you get these in the ground, these are going to grow away really, really quickly. And this is one of the best ways to plant strawberries. So get those in the ground. They'll probably actually flower for you even this year. And I would say you'd probably get some strawberries this year.
Really?
Yeah, because they grow. It's amazing how quick they grow once they're in the ground. Obviously, the strawberries, plant them somewhere really sunny and well drained, nice and bright and open. Fantastic variety. This going to give you fruit for a long period, really sumptuous, sweet, delicious strawberries as well, that you can just keep on the plant till that perfect moment when you can pull them away from the plant. And they come away from that little middle core bit. The receptacle is what its posh name, but when they pull away from that, and they're just so juicy and sweet and full of sugars and vitamins and minerals. Yeah, fabulous plants.
And taste completely different to what you buy in the supermarkets. I was blown away by when you grow your own or pick your own. The difference is spectacular. So make sure you add those in. You'll pay 99 pence as long as you use the code YGTV1024. You will pay the postage, but if you're paying postage on anything else, remember postage is capped on your order at $6.99. So if you've already paid the postage on something else, you won't be paying any extra on your postage. You'll just get the strawberries for 99p. Now, if you want a collection that's great value, 300 summer bulbs here, 7 varieties, $11.99, works out about 4 pence a bulb.
You did that in your head then, didn't you?
I did, I'm good, aren't I?
Yeah.
It all comes from here. It all comes from here.
You're not kidding me. Yeah.
So what have we got in here?
Well, I mean, again, 7 fantastic varieties, and we brought this collection to you last week. And what I liked about it in particular is that you've got a bulb collection here that's going to give you bulb colour probably from about sort of April time all the way through to September or October. So not just one big burst of colour and then it's over. So successional flowering, successional colour. And if I just sort of talk you through on the actual card at the top here, I mean, up the top here we've got Liatris, which is a lovely, wonderful, or gay feather is its common name, which is a bulb that comes up year after year. And they're a bit unusual in that they flower from the top down, which is a bit different. Yeah. But really, really easy to grow. And then moving across the other side, we've got Broadier here as well, which probably flower about sort of late spring, midsummer-ish. And then either side of the gladioli in the middle here, we've got 2 different types of alliums. So we've got the white and the yellow alliums, which again, probably around about May, June time. And then, of course, you've got your gladioli, which are more late summer flowering, so they can be August into September, even going into October. And then right at the bottom there, you've got your freesias. You've got your lovely double freesias there, double and single freesias flowering. They flower for weeks and weeks on end. Incredible fragrance on those as well.
Gorgeous cut flowers as well.
Yeah, and what I would do with the amount of bulbs you've got here, I would probably plant some to enjoy in the garden and some to cut and bring indoors.
Great.
And then here you've got your Accidanthera, which I think they've now also kind of brought into the gladioli family, or Abyssinian lily, I think is the other name for those. But again, spectacular spikes of white flowers there. So this bulb collection, the alliums in the middle, those are probably going to be some of your earliest flowering. So round about sort of perhaps even, well, this year it could even be late April, the way things are so advanced. And then your gladiolis will take you right up until autumn time, and all the others will fill in the gaps in between. So
I love that.
Yeah, colour, all different times there, different heights, which I like as well. You've got the gladiolis that might get 2 to 3 feet tall. You've got the little alliums there that might only, especially the yellow one, might only get 5 or 6 inches tall. You've got different flower shape, you've got different foliage shape. Just a really, really gorgeous mix of bulbs there. And what I particularly like about this one is sometimes when you do see these mixed summer bulb collections or autumn bulb collections, some suppliers put in what I call like a lazy collection. They just put
what
like,
does that mean?
Well, they just put like really kind of cheap bulbs in and kind of really run-of-the-mill kind of bulbs. You know,
right.
The sort of things that grow like crazy. But for me, I look at some of them mixes and think, oh, that's a bit dull, really. That's not very inspiring. What I like about this particular one is it's so diverse. It is so different. So you got the gladiolis there, which are absolutely spectacular. I mean, who doesn't love a gladiola? I mean, great big tall spikes of wonderful flowers for weeks on end. And then, the alliums either side of the gladiolis, which are so unusual, and even the Accidanthera down at the bottom there, the white ones down in the bottom corner. Unusual, very, very different. You don't often see those in a bulb mix. So
and that's what they like to do here at YouGarden. They like to introduce you to plants that you might not have had before.
Exactly.
And that's great, isn't it? It gives that variety in the garden, that interest in the garden. The fact that they flower at different times, I think, is so clever. Everything's pre-thought about here at YouGarden.
And that's what's great about it, Shaun. That's what I like about it. And of course, all these bulbs can be grown in pots as well. They can always be grown in pots, troughs. In fact, again, I'm just going to run off because I'm going to grab something here. Over here, we've got
collection.
We've got some.
These are fabulous. These troughs,
I will have one each, Shaun. There you go.
Yep. Now, this is a twin pack that we've got for you.
Look at these.
And these are part of the new collection as well. The twin pack of Durham window planters. Don't have to be window planters. Great on patios.
Absolutely. And the bulbs would look absolutely phenomenal in these. I mean, even the gladiolis, because these are nice and deep. Once these are full up with compost, I tell you what, even with the gladiolis in there, these are not going to blow over. These are absolutely fine. And Stu just said you could do lasagna planting as well. So basically, you put different bulbs in at different layers, and they'll come up at different times.
Brilliant.
But all the bulbs in this collection will all do really, really well in these troughs.
You get both of them for $24.98 or $22.48 if you are in the club. Again, frost resistant, UV resistant, really sturdy. Great rim around the outside if you do want to move them. That makes it so much easier. Doesn't it?
Being able to pick them up. And as you say, the thing is with these as well, they just look so fantastic.
Yeah, that chalky finish.
They're not heavy. They're not. If these were real terracotta or stone, I certainly wouldn't be holding them at the end of my arm like this.
Definitely not.
Absolutely like vertical, horizontal, I should say. So get your bulbs in there. Look absolutely amazing. In fact, what you could even do if you wanted to is some of the small shrubs we've got, you could put in there and you could underplant with some of the smaller bulbs as well. But imagine putting freesias in there and having a whole trough of freesias, and then you could bring those freesias right up to the patio door and let all that fragrance come into the living room.
Lovely. If you want to go for those, $24.98, postage is included. 130583 is your item number. Got to say hello to our lovely Rebecca. Hi, Rebecca. Happy Mother's Day.
Hey.
She's on QVC at midday. We're everywhere today, YouGarden, aren't we, once again?
I know, we're taking over the world.
I like to hear it. So the summer bulbs we're just going to recap on because we moved away to show you those planters. 300 summer bulbs, 7 varieties. $11.99. Some of these, you can see why they're on the favourite table. So $11.99 for 300. We've talked about value running throughout the show. More great value here on the majestic lilies. So 10 bulbs for $9.99. Nope, it's a buy one get one free. As long as you use the code, you'll get 20 bulbs. You'll get 2 packs for $9.99.
That's ridiculous.
What's going on here?
No, it is ridiculous. I think last week weekend it was. My sister-in-law came up for the weekend, and we went out around some garden centres and stuff where I live in Norfolk. And I was looking at those packs of bulbs that they have on those pegs, on those balls in the garden centres. And some of them were like just 3 lilies, and it was just for 3 lilies. It was like $5.99 or $6.99 just for 3.
Not here.
You're getting, and these are such gorgeous, absolutely wonderful lilies as well.
Beautiful colours you're going to get here as well. Lovely variety of colours. Remember, if you want to go for the buy one get one free, you've got to use the code YGTV1024. So what have we got here as it comes to colours and variety?
Well, I mean, first of all, we've got these wonderful bulbs, and I'm just feeling these bulbs well because the good thing is, these are really nice firm bulbs as well, which is important. And in fact, what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to open this one because, I'm not going to do what I normally do at home, which is I'd use my teeth to tear the bag open. I'm not going to do that here.
Get ready for this.
Yeah.
The big reveal.
Look, big reveal. Here we go. Look, already, look at that. Already, there's a fantastic shoot on there. And the great thing about bulbs or corms or anything like that is I always say when you plant something like this, you plant a promise, because in the middle of that bulb, there's already an embryonic little flower in the centre there. So that's going to give you a flower for this year. And then, of course, once the lilies become established, year on year, you're going to get bigger stems, you're going to get more flowers. And the great thing about lilies is they last for year after year after year after year, really, really long-lived plants. And the good thing about lilies is that you can quite often plant them in the midst of other things because they love having their feet in the shade. They like really cool bulbs. They like cool, damp, moist soil.
We are so cool.
They are. They're really cool down there, but they love having their heads in the sun. So what I've done in my own garden, I've got sort of beds and borders in my garden where in the summer it's just perennials everywhere. And the lilies are in between. And to start with, the lilies are kind of outpaced by the perennials.
Right.
And then eventually the lilies come up above the perennials. They've got their feet in the coolness under the perennials. And then they've got their flowers up in the sun and they love it. And the colour mix on here, I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. You can just see that. We've got yellows, we've got reds, we've got whites. We've just got these huge, great big flowers. And they are just going to look sensational, Shaun.
To have all those different colours, I think, in lilies is gorgeous. Because traditionally, you're used to just the whites with a bit of pink, maybe. Yeah. But to have the variety of colour is brilliant. It is a buy one, get one free, remember, 650134. But you've got to use the code across the board, whatever you're shopping for. Make sure you use the code that we've got on the show today, and it'll activate all the offers that we have on the show. Got to review those favourites for you. You're shopping across everything, which is lovely. Lovely to have your company on this Sunday morning on YouGarden TV. The Escallonia is what we're going to take a look at first. Remember those beautiful pink flowers that you're going to get there. Winter hardy, easy grow, reliable flowers. But the price on this one is spectacular. Evergreen foliage, $9.99, comes down to $8.99 in the club. This is the one that we fought to keep the deal for you, and you are absolutely loving it. Escallonia, the pink L, 510545 is your item number if you want to go for that one. Next up, another favourite on the favourite table, obviously, the Begonia fimbriata. Now, if you want a variety of colours when it comes to begonia, something that's easy to grow, whatever the weather, let them get on with it and have that constant, beautiful colour in the garden. You've got yellows and whites and pinks and reds. Mixed tubers, you're going to get 10 of them for $9.99, but the double up deal means that if you want to add an extra one in your basket, you'll only pay an extra £5. You'll get an extra £5 discount. And again, if you're in the club, you'll get 10% off all of those prices that we're showing you. 630190 for your begonia. Next up, Crocosmia. These are a beautiful array of fantastic colours. Beautiful height for your beds and borders. Midsummer explosion of yellows and oranges and reds. Also a double up deal. So $9.99 gets you 50 corms. Or if you want to add in a second one, you'll only pay an extra £5. 630234 is your item number there. Not fussy about where they're planted or the soil that they go into. That is your Crocosmia. Next up, the summer bulb collection. My word, this has gone crazy, understandably. Works out 4p a bulb. You've got things like your gladioli that you can see there. 7 different varieties of bulbs for $11.99. Freesias, single and double-headed freesias. The fragrance from freesias is always stunning. It's such a great array of colour, and remember, they'll flower at different times, so you'll always have colour in the garden. Getting 300 bulbs for just $11.99. 630-130 is the item number there. And let's just remind you quickly of those lilies. The value on the favourites table today is brilliant, it really is. The lilies that we've got for you, majestic lilies, are on a buy one get one free. But all of these offers that we've got need the code to be activated, so make sure you use that promotional code YGTV1024. $9.99 will get you 20 bulbs for $9.99. That's such great value. 650-134 is your item number there. Now, our offer this week is the strawberries that we've got for you. If you add in the Cambridge favourites, they'll be just 99p with your order. You can just get those on their own if you want to, as long as you use the code. It'll be 99p and you'll pay the postage. But if you're paying postage on something else, remember, the most you will pay on your postage across your order is $6.99. So add your strawberries in with anything else that you're buying and just pay the 99p and the $6.99 postage if there isn't any postage already. Lovely to have your company. Sanjeev's just joined us in the chat. If you want to get in touch, lots of different ways you can get in touch. You can watch on Facebook, you can watch on YouTube, you can watch live on the YouGarden website, and you can also email in and get in touch, ygtv@yougarden.com. But you'll see we've come back to our compost. Any gardening shows that we've done, most people buy something in the compost. Compost and something else, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, this compost is just phenomenal, and you can't help. You can't help. You can't help but do this with this compost, because it just feels so wonderful.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, the texture of it is incredible. Elements in this compost to hold the moisture, so this compost doesn't dry out too easily, but also you've got that composted wood fibre as well, so that helps with the drainage. So you've got that balance, a compost that's never too wet, never too dry.
Right.
Because you don't want everything drying out, but you don't want a really waterlogged, sticky compost either. And because of that composted wood fibre in there, the oxygen can get down to the roots, which is really, really critical. And it just keeps a nice open structure to the compost. It means all those fine little roots can start to get down into the compost. And if you're growing seeds or plug plants, you're not going to plant them into some compost that's suddenly going to become all compacted and sort of solid around the root system.
I love these pictures because the difference it makes under the ground, allowing, as you just said, the roots to get down and establish. And this is across the board, isn't it?
It is.
From seeds through to trees.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I pretty much say if it's green and it grows, it's going to like this compost at the end of the day.
Right.
But you can see that fibrous root system is so important, because that's almost like the vascular system in your body. If you think of that as being your veins and your arteries and your circulation. Now, if you've got a healthy vascular system, you tend to be a healthy person, don't you? And because that's where all your nutrients and oxygen and everything's carried around your body, isn't it? Well, same with the plants. If they've got that brilliant root system, right from the get-go, that plant is going to be healthier. You're going to get bigger flowers. You're going to get more fruit. You're going to get a plant that's more disease-resistant. You're going to get a plant that's just going to be happier and nicer foliage and everything all round. Also in this, and I should have shown you live on air, I'll do it actually one day, is when we came into the studio this morning, obviously we've got studio lights and it's quite warm in here, compost had dried out a little bit on top, but I've got a whole watering can of water. Yeah, and I just went over the whole thing. And this is slatted at the bottom as well a little bit. So even though I put 5 litres on, it just all soaked in. Well, I tell a lie, a little tiny bit, just spilt off the edge at the front. But it just all soaked in because, again, you've got that wetting agent, so it wants to suck in the moisture. Also, it's pH balanced. That means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline. Greater range of plants can survive in it. And you've got the slow-release fertiliser in here as well that's going to feed your plants for up to 6 weeks. It's delivered straight to your door as well, so you don't need to worry about going to the garden centre. Oh, and the classic thing as well is when you take your bag of compost out the back of the car and you catch it on the boot catch.
And it empties in the boot.
Yeah, and you do that great big rip in the bag, and then it goes everywhere.
This is delivered to your door, and your postage is included. Now, you don't just get one bag, you get two 50-litre bags that you can see there. You can multi-order if you wish. If you're in the club, you're only going to pay $22.48 with your free delivery, as long as you use the code, remember. Make sure you use the code across the show, whatever you're shopping for. YGTV 1024. So 125 for your compost. Now, we're going to look at our planters again quickly. I say quickly because we're worried that they might disappear before the end of the show. Your boxwood acorn planters, they're a buy one, get one free as long as you use the code. Already the most popular item on the show, 130395. I'm just hearing we've only got enough for 30 more orders.
Well, I'm going to let you pick them up as well, because
have you got dirty hands
I've
now?
got compost fingers
Proper
now. So,
dirty hands.
And I don't put all my sticky paws over these gorgeous parts.
Beautiful colour, great design, and they're strong as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, they just look so real. That's the thing. I mean, they look like stone pots. They look like those kind of really, really expensive pots. I mean, that rim round the top, it just finishes this pot off so nicely. And again, although you haven't got the little hooky bit underneath, like on the other pots, that rim makes it easy still
to get hold of.
Yeah, to pick that pot up and move that pot around. And one thing about these, if these were stone pots, quite often this time of year after the winter, if you go to pick that pot up by the rim, quite often the top just comes off.
It comes off.
Just comes away.
Or it cracks down the pot,
where the frost has got in and destroyed it. So if you live 3 floors up, you've just got a balcony. If you've got a roof garden, if weight, heavy things are an issue for you.
Lightweight.
Super lightweight. Also, they're not going to wick away the moisture like clay pots do, because then you get all that algae and moss growing on the outside. It looks all green and really horrible and sticky. Just brilliant pots. And I like the fact that it says $14.99 in there for just one.
$14.99 for one. Not with us. Buy one, get one free. You'll get two for $14.99. Remember, if you're in the club, you'll get two for $13.49. That is brilliant.
Gorgeous
value.
pots they are.
Frost resistant, UV resistant, great drainage. Year-round pots. They're going to be fabulous in the garden, and they'll look great, and they'll wipe clean really easily.
I've got to be honest as well. I've said this before on it. I used to hate plastic pots. I really did. I would never have a plastic pot in my garden.
These are very different.
That's the thing now. When you had the pots in the olden days, you could see the seam down either side, and you could see the bits of plastic where they come off the blow mould, and they just look cheap. They do that. They wouldn't have any strength in them, would they? When you look at them now, the fact that they're multicoloured, they're textured, they've got designs on them, they're UV resistant, frost resistant. Well, brilliant. Why wouldn't you now?
Buy one, get one free, as long as you use the code YGTV 1024. You put one in, you use the code, and we'll add another one in for you. And make sure you join the club. If you're not already a club member, the club benefits are fantastic, because you get 10% off every plant and accessory on the show. You get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers. You can use a £5 voucher every 3 months. You get advice and competitions. It's a brilliant way to join. And once you've joined, you will only pay on that auto renewal £5 a year. Even if we change the membership, as long as you don't cancel it, you'll only pay £5 a year. It's brilliant value. In fact, that £5, you can save that on your first order because of the 10% discount, can't you?
Well, just buy more plants.
Yeah, just keep buying.
I'm a bit like that.
That's what you can do. That's good. That's good.
That's the good thing about on this show today. It's almost like you put £100 in your pocket, and you go into the garden centre and you've worked out you can get 6 lots of plants.
Yep.
And then you get there and actually realise for that £100 you can now get like 8, 9, 10, 12 lots of plants.
Here you go. Yeah,
which is brilliant.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Now we're going to look at something that was very popular during the week, the bottle brush plant, or the calostemon as it's better known.
Yeah, these again are really, really stunning plants, and we've got a bit of an evergreen theme going on today as well. So we've got the escallonia, which is evergreen. We've got the fantastic camellia that's evergreen, and these again are evergreen, and they've got these really kind of rigid leaves as well. These originate from Australia. So they've got these really rigid, sort of strong leaves because there's UV resistant. It stops them losing moisture in really, really hot environments. We've got these incredible bottle brush flowers as well, these lovely, lovely red flowers. And not just one lot of flower, I mean all of these stems. This one here, top of this stem here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actual flower heads opening. There's another bud just there for later on. So a shrub that's going to flower for week after week after week. And they have this really strange habit as well.
The flowers are brilliant,
They're
aren't
knockout, aren't they? The bees, the pollinating insects, the butterflies adore these. And they have a funny little habit in that after they're flowered each year, the old seed heads stay on the stem. And after year, you can see these little seed heads that build up. So almost eventually, you can pretty much age the plant. Yeah, by looking at the old seed heads. Yeah, they kind of just stay on the stem. It's a weird thing that callistemon do. But good thing about this plant again is, if you've got a seaside garden, if you've got a really windy garden, if you've got a super, super hot sunny spot where other things struggle and wilt and die, callistemon will say bring it on. If you've got poor soil, if you've got a stony soil, a gravel soil, a sandy soil, just a real poor soil where nothing else does well, again, callistemon will say bring it on. They like those kind of conditions. They don't need really rich. In fact, if you used to put this in really rich, heavy kind of soil, it probably wouldn't like it. So think about that front garden where you've got that really impoverished soil that's really hot and dry and baked and sunny.
So somewhere where it's difficult to grow anything.
Anything else, callistemon absolutely adore it, absolutely love it. And they do even quite well on clay soils as well. You might think that doesn't make sense, but a garden that I still look after occasionally in Buckhurst Hill, a lovely lady there grew one from a cutting some years ago, and it's now 6-7 foot tall. And that soil in the winter, it's heavy clay Essex clay there, gets quite heavy, that soil in the winter, but it's in a really open, sunny position. But then in the summer, that clay goes rock hard and gets really baked and dries out. Callistemon loves it.
Fine.
Yeah, fine.
Just gets on with it.
Just gets on with it. So as long as it's well drained and sunny, they're not fussed about having a really rich soil. But as I say, even in the midst of winter, you've got these lovely, lovely evergreen leaves, and then year after year, just these spectacular heads of bottle brush flowers. And it's just a great plant to mix with bulbs, for example, or you could have sort of summer bedding underneath it. And this, again, this pot size here, would be all right in this boxwood planter.
Great.
Absolutely fine. So you could grow that in one of these boxwood pots for probably the next couple of 2 or 3 years. And then eventually, if you want to, you could actually transplant it back into the garden. And callistemon, you can prune. I mean, I've got some gardens where I almost prune them into like a hedge. So after they finish flowering, if they get too tall, trim them down to where you want. They'll reshoot, and those shoots will give you your flowers for the following year.
Look at that in there.
That's
that
brilliant.
Looks great.
That does look knockout. Yeah.
Doesn't that look
Yeah,
it's perfect
good.
fit? It really is. So it's a 2.5 litre pot it comes in. How long could we leave it in
that
there
would
for?
be all right in there for a good 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
and
brilliant.
they are super, super, super drought resistant as well. So even if you went on holiday for a couple of weeks and forgot to water that, it's not going to die on you straight away. I mean, eventually it would if you never watered it, but because of where they originate from, super, super drought tolerant. But as I say, sometimes you've got a south-facing position where you put other shrubs in, they get scorched, they get baked, especially when we get some of the extreme weather we get these days. Callistemon, just shrug it off and just grow away and just keep going.
Love it. $14.99 is your price there. 510046 if you're in the club. $13.49. It is a great thing to do. Join the club. You can save your £5 membership for the year and your first order. You really can easily. Take a shop across the board and take a little look at everything. Next up, what are we going to look at?
We are going to look at this honeysuckle, and honeysuckle are probably one of my favourite climbers. This is a really spectacular plant. It's probably coming into, I mean, honeysuckles do come into leaf early, but this is probably even more early than it should be. But then we've had the mildest February on record.
A lot of our stuff's come out really early in the garden.
Things are a little bit advanced. But if you want a climber that grows really, really quickly, if you want a climber that's got the most exquisite flowers, but also the most sweet, intoxicating fragrance, honeysuckle is the plant to grow.
Gorgeous, how unusual.
Oh, yeah, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of flowers, honeysuckle on a honeysuckle bush, or a honeysuckle climber, I should say, over a long, long period of time. They have a kind of a main flowering period, late spring into early summer, but then sporadically they will throw out more flowers as the season goes by. If you've got a pergola, if you've got an arbour, if you've got an old tree stump, if you've got some trellis work and you just want to cover an ugly garden, a garage wall, or you want to put something around a bin area and to grow up to hide the bins, these are brilliant. And what they do is, Honeysuckle, they kind of twist and twirl. That's how they kind of grip onto things. They don't have tendrils. So if you've got a trellis work or anything where they can spiral around and get onto, and in fact you can see it on the stem of the plant we've got here, the way it's like twisted itself kind of around this bamboo cane. Look, you can see there, it's kind of just gone all the way around there. And that's how they grow naturally. And once they get up quite high as well, that you can grow. In fact, what you can do with these, another great thing to do, I just thought of that.
Just came back.
Yeah, is sometimes if you've got a rose over an archway, for example, and it might be one of those roses that only flowers once, and then you don't have any more flower, grow honeysuckle from the opposite side and then just grow the honeysuckle through the rose, and then you've got the rose to start with, and then the honeysuckle will flower later on to carry on that through. And the good thing about a lot of honeysuckles is they really start to kick out their fragrance just as the sun goes down in the evening. So on a warm summer's evening,
lovely.
Oh, you're going to have that really, really sweet, gorgeous fragrance. But honeysuckles so easy to grow. I mean, we've got a native honeysuckle in the UK that grows in all the woodlands and places. That flowers really well. This is what's called a Dutch honeysuckle, Serratina, this one. But a really easy plant to grow. You can trim it back, you can prune it if it gets out of hand. But basically, once you've planted it, just leave it to do what it wants to do and forget about it, and just enjoy it for year after year after year. Enjoy the fragrance, enjoy the flowers. And this is almost a metre tall already.
Yeah.
And in one season, this could easily grow another 2 or 3 metres just in one season. So if you're looking for a climber to cover something quickly, you don't want to wait, and you want colour and you want fragrance, you want vigour, this is the plant to go for.
$12.99. Well, this is why we wanted to show it quite early in the show, because we saw the price, and $12.99. If you're in the club, $11.69. 550331 is your item number. Beautiful honeysuckle plant for you there. And you will see, postage wise, remember, across the board, the most you will pay is $6.99 on your postage, but spend over £40, you'll get free delivery on your entire order. So it's definitely worth building up that order to over £40, and then you'll get your free delivery across everything that you go for. Make sure you get the boxwood planters. We've got loads more to see. We've got a really busy show. We wanted to get everything in place for you on the show, so you get all these great deals here at YouGarden. And we'd love to hear from you. If you want to get in touch, you can email the potting shed at any point during the show, ygtv@yougarden.com. Now, next up, anemones.
Yeah, wow, these really are happy flowers. I've got these in my garden. I actually planted them in my garden last year. I bought mine in pots last year, and I bought about 25, 30 pots of them, and I sort of dotted them all over the garden, and they're just coming into flower now. And yesterday, when it was really sunny and warm, they just all popped open at the same time.
Nice.
Yeah, and Shaun, to see this carpet of these perfectly gorgeous daisy-like flowers, and they're only about 3 or 4 inches tall, so they don't take over, and just gently kind of moving in the breeze. It was a real soul lifter, honestly. It was just wonderful.
Isn't it? We've been waiting for so long, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's been so dull and dark and cold, and but then the sun comes out and it just changes your outlook.
Absolutely, and because the days are getting longer now as well, and these are so easy to grow. I mean, there's a native one called Anemone rosa that grows in the wild in this country. Some, if you're lucky enough, you can see some woodlands in the spring, and they're just covered in white ones of these, as far as the eye can see. These are a slightly hybridised type called Blanda, and you get these soft pinks, you get these purples, you get sort of shades of white as well. They come as really tiny little bulbs that you plant pointy side down. And you might think, I don't need that many bulbs, but these bulbs are quite small.
Okay.
And what you can do, you can just plant them in what they call drifts. So if you want to, you can just get a little handful of bulbs, and you can just scatter the bulbs down on the ground if you want to. Little packs of bulbs here. What I would do, I would soak these as well for probably overnight before you plant them, just to rehydrate them, and then just get a handful and just throw them down onto the ground and just plant them where they land. They only need to be about couple of inches deep. In fact, I've even seen these ones as well, Anemone Blanda, when they get dug up accidentally sometimes in the summer because they're like, a bit like daffodils and crocuses. Once they're finished flowering, by midsummer they all disappear back under the ground and you don't know they're there. But I've even in the past, when I've seen them in customers' gardens, when I've sort of unwittingly disturbed them during the summer, putting other things in, and I don't realise, I've seen them next spring flowering with the bulbs almost sitting on top of the soil still. So
really?
Yeah, they're really, really tough. And in fact, in my own garden, I've got one growing out the side of my tree fern. I've got a couple of tree fern trunks, and there's actually a little white one that's grown out the side of this tree fern trunk in my garden. They will seed about all over the place, and you'll just get more and more and more, and just give you this incredible carpet of colour year after year.
Lovely colours as well, the
really,
purples and the whites.
Yeah. And the great thing about them is they love the sun. So you might have a grey day where you don't really see them, but all the flowers buds are just waiting there, and then suddenly you get a warm day and they all just burst
like
open.
You said yesterday.
Yeah, it's like, hello,
we're here.
Yeah, we're here. That's what I like about plants like that. They just really surprise you, and then you think, oh my goodness me, I didn't realise I had so many of these, and how sort of fantastic they look. But easy to grow, incredible amount of bulbs here. But as I say, you can plant them in drifts, you can plant them in pots, troughs, pots if you want to as well. Put them on rockeries. They look lovely on rockeries.
Oh, nice.
Little clumps on rockeries look really, really good. But so easy and simple to grow.
And it's 75 bulbs for $9.99, but it's a buy one get one free, so it's not. It's 150 bulbs for $9.99. Like Adam was saying, you don't have to meticulously plant one at a time. No. It's about scattering these and just covering them.
Or just dig sort of a large hole, just a random shape even, and just a couple of inches deep, and then boom, 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 pop them down, push the soil back on top. In fact, even if you don't plant them pointing side down, you know what? It's not even going to bother them either. They'll orientate themselves back up to the right way.
Great.
Just the simplest, easiest bulbs to grow in the world. And once they become established, they grow like weeds. They really do.
So much better looking. 150 on that buy one get one free for $9.99 as long as you use the code YGTB1024. If you use that code, we'll put the second lot of bulbs in for you. Now we're going to take a look at roses next. Every garden should have a rose, whether it's contemporary, whether it's more traditional gardening. I think they're back on trend, aren't they, roses?
They are, and it's strange you to say that because again, I was saying about my plastic pot thing. I had a plastic pot phobia sometimes. In my old garden, I would never have roses. I was just always anti-roses. I just wouldn't have roses. And then I moved to my garden in Norfolk, which is a lot bigger than my old garden used to be. It's a lot sunnier and a lot brighter. And in a previous life, I used to be able to take some samples home after the show sometimes.
Okay.
And I did that with some roses last year and the year before. Put them in my garden. They did so well. Now I'm a rose convert. I've got about 10, 12 different roses in my garden now. And I adore them. I absolutely adore them.
And we've got a great collection here. Now, these are the Old English shrub rose collection. These are the ones that you wanted to talk about, aren't they?
Well, the scent, the fragrance on these is phenomenal. That's what I really adore, the fragrance. And the flowers. I mean, just the kind of voluptuousness of the flowers, almost like sort of peony type flowers on some of them as well.
That pink one really is, isn't it?
And look, that one on the bottom left, that almost like like a peony flower, and the fragrance on these is wonderful. But it's just those colours, those kind of really, really soft pink, and then that salmon colour. Wow, I mean that's like a Monet painting, isn't it?
Stunning. Now let's talk about the value, because you're getting 5 bare roots. The recommended retail on these is almost £50. You're getting 5 bare roots for $19.99 or $17.99 in the club. We could pop these up and charge you that for one of them. Now, a bare root, let's go back to the beginning of the story, if anyone doesn't know bare roots.
Literally, I mean, these are bare root plants. These are wrapped, actually, so the roots don't dry out. But all they do, literally, they just lift them from the fields this time of year. And then the roots are just slightly trimmed up. They're wrapped up with a little bit of compost to keep them moist. And a bit like we were showing you the strawberries earlier on, you might not be too enthused when you look at them like this, but this is one of the easiest, simplest, most inexpensive way of growing so many roses. That's where the value is, yeah. Because you say when these are potted up, $14.99, $19.99. I've even seen potted roses $29.99. These, the value is incredible, and also on each one you've got a little tag to show you the colours. You've got your whites, you've got your yellows, you've got your pinks, you've got your salmons, you've got your reds there. And look, even shoots, you can already see little shoots on these already. So, even though these are bare root, they're already starting to come back into life. And one important thing to do is this little bit here. This is called the union. So this is the rootstock, this bit at the top. This bit on the top is called the scion, and the top bit is budded onto this root. Just make sure when you plant these that the soil is about ½ inch up the green stem.
Okay.
So this bit is completely under the ground, ½ inch up the green stem. Just tread in gently around the rows, water it in well, and that way it'll get really, really established. If you plant them with this union bit sticking out the ground, I see that so many times. These looks like they're kind of standing in the air with their roots out the ground. What happens then? You get wind rock in the wintertime, which means the roses come really loose in the ground and fall over.
Right.
And also you're less likely to get lots of those lovely, gorgeous, thick, great big shoots come up to give you more flowers. So plant them like I said there. Incorporate some of our compost around the roots when you plant them.
Make sure it's right under the soil.
A bit of root grow as well is really, really good. That will help to encourage the root system. Quick tip on those as well. What I would do before you plant is wet the roots and then get a sheet of newspaper, spread the mycorrhiza over the root so it actually sticks to the root. That's really, really important. It actually attaches to the root. Plant them and then just empty the rest of the mycorrhiza into the hole before you put the soil back. They will start to shoot and grow, where are we now, mid-March, by about mid-April, they'll already be growing away. And I would say you will get some flowers on these this year.
This year,
yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if you didn't get any flowers. You will get flowers this year, but once they've become established from next year onwards, and for 15, 20, 30 years, you will get flowers for month after month after month. These are kind of like repeat flowering roses as well. And if you deadhead them after they've flowered, then that will encourage them to send out little side shoots. That will produce more buds and more flowers. But you're just going to get this absolutely romantic, gorgeous mixture of scented flowers and these wonderful colours with these really old English kind of looking, almost like artists kind of painted roses, if you like, that you see in, say, a Monet painting.
Perfect flower
That's
head,
it.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah. That's just what they look like.
Stunning. You're getting 5 varieties for $19.99 today. We were just talking about the
mycorrhiza.
Right.
Basically, it's a type of fungus at the end of the day. And what this does, this actually sort of connects the roots of the plant with the soil. It creates like a highway between the roots of the plants and the nutrients in the soil. And it's like a conduit, if you like. So it helps the rose absorb more moisture, more nutrients than if it was growing on its own without the mycorrhiza. Mycorrhiza happens naturally in soil anyway, but adding that extra, especially when you're planting bare root, again, it's all belts and braces. It just gives that plant that little extra more best chance.
Well, if you want to add that in, 100066 is the item number. Just pop that in your little search at the top, or just search for root grow at the top there in the little search bar. If you want to add that in to give your roses the best opportunity to flourish in your garden. Now, something that we've got in our garden here, where we stay in this area, a Nandina, and I love the fact that they change colour.
Yeah. I mean, Nandina Firepower, another evergreen. I mean, we're doing so many evergreens these today, which is fantastic. Yeah, goodness me, the foliage colour on these is absolutely phenomenal. I've used Nandina. In fact, I'm doing a plant. Oh yeah, I just quoted for a planting job last week where I'm putting about 9 or 10 Nandinas in, a slightly different variety, but they all have this wonderful, wonderful habit of the new foliage comes through this intense deep red colour.
Yeah, it looks fab.
Looks so remarkable. I mean, you can tell why they call it firepower. I mean, it looks like it's like a burning bush, if you like, with that kind of redness of the leaves there. And as the leaves mature, then they'll eventually go that more green colour. But new leaves keep coming all the time, and you'll get this. All the time, you'll get this contrast of the leaves at the base being green, but always these wonderful, wonderful fiery red leaves on the top. It's a really hardy plant. It's very drought tolerant. Again, Nandinas are not particularly fussed about soil. You don't have to go to the ends of the earth to give them super wonderful soil. Yeah. You'll get the best colour if you plant them somewhere really open and sunny. well drained. But as I say, it could be sandy soil, it could be gravelly soil. They're really, really not fussed about
funny,
soil.
We've got 2 in pots in different parts of the garden. One's in a sunny area, one's in a shaded area.
Yeah.
They're both thriving in different ways, and the colours are really different on both of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, generally you will get the more intense colour if you put them in a sunnier position, but you still, even if they're in a semi-shady position, you will still get that colour. They're quite a tidy shrub as well. They never get too big. I mean, probably about 2 or 3 foot tall is all that's ever going to sort of become, really. And again, you can just clip it back if you want to. But as Shaun said, amazing pot plants, absolutely brilliant in pots. But you could put them in the garden. And if you put them in the garden as well, this time of year with spring bulbs coming up around, they look amazing with crocuses and daffodils and little miniature tulips. They flower as well eventually. Have sort of like panicles of white flowers, and then followed by these red berries. So it's one of those all-rounders. You've got evergreen, you've got foliage colour, you've got flower, you've got berries, you've got a plant that's hardy, you've got a plant that's brilliant in a garden or brilliant in a pot. You've got a plant that's compact. You've got a plant you don't really need to prune. Basically, plant it, sit back and enjoy it.
There's always something going on with those. They're fabulous value. $9.99 for an Andina firepower is brilliant.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I've seen those in garden centres for $14.99. Some of what I call the silly garden centres I go to, I've seen them for $19.99. In fact, when I go to some of those nurseries, I almost feel like going with one of those kind of lied, what do you call it?
Loud hailer.
And just say free. Don't buy from here. You're being ripped off.
I think you might get thrown out if you do that, Adam.
But I do see some prices, and I think, oh, come on, you're taking the mick out of your client. You're taking the mick out of your customers here. You know what you're charging for these things. The value here is phenomenal.
$9.99 for your Nandina firepower. 2 litre pots. They're really substantial sizes. I love the noise that they make in the wind.
I mean, they call them bamboo. They're not a bamboo, but they've got that bamboo kind of sound and feel to them. But any time of year, that plant looks amazing. Even in January, it looks fantastic.
If you're in the club, you're paying just $8.99 there for a Nandina. 510823 is your item number there. We're moving on, though. We've got loads to show you. Again, if you want to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you. We're here right through until 2 o'clock this afternoon. And we're going to take a look at the jasmine.
Yeah, another climber. We were talking about honeysuckle earlier on. Jasmine is a climber as well. Although technically, it's actually a shrub, but you can, it does have a climbing habit if you put it up against a trellis or some wires or somewhere like that. Great plant for winter time. These sometimes start flowering very late autumn, all the way through sort of November, December, into January, February, and just loads and loads of these butter yellow flowers for week after week after week, called nudiflora, which basically means it flowers without foliage. So the plant is nude of foliage, if you like, when it flowers.
Ah, right.
So easy to grow. I would plant this somewhere reasonably sunny. If you plant it in a sunny position, it would do quite well, though. Having said that, I can think of a customer's garden where they've got one on a north-facing wall, still flowers there, still does really, really well there. Just an incredibly robust plant as well. Once you planted this, you never need to do anything with it. Just let it grow out some trellis, let it grow up some wire. You can let it just sprawl over the ground if you wanted to, grow up over an old tree stump, somewhere like that. Just brings that lovely, lovely, gorgeous yellow flower in the middle of winter, sort of that deepest, darkest time. It's just a lovely plant, as you can see there, bringing that wonderful sparkle of yellow and joy to you on those really short days. Very, very slightly fragrant as well. I'm not going to over-egg it. It's quite a subtle fragrance, but it has got a little fragrance to it. And if it ever gets too big, it ever gets too tall, just take the shears to it, be brutal, whack it right back. Don't worry about it. You might sever through, because eventually they form quite like sort of a tangled kind of growth pattern. Don't worry if you cut through a few of the upright bits, because there'll be so many others that you don't cut through. It'll all green up and come back anyway.
Great.
But yeah, just plant it, enjoy it, forget about it. Simple as that.
$9.99 for a jasmine there. 550375. I love that cheery yellow. Yellow always just brightens the day,
especially when it's November,
when it's dark
or it's
outside.
December or January.
Yeah.
You've got a whole wall covered in those wonderful, wonderful yellow flowers. Or so if you've got an old tree stump or just anything you want to cover up with that, No problem at all.
$9.99, great value across the show that we've got for you today. You can see everything that we've got on the website, remember, but we're going to take a look at our next item for you, the winter gem. What have we got here?
Yeah, well, it's another evergreen actually. Sarcococa, Sarcococa hookeriana, winteriana, and I plant this an awful lot as well. Sometimes this is called sweet box, and the flowers on that, Shaun, if there's some flowers on there that are open, the fragrance is absolutely gorgeous. Really super sweet fragrance this time of year in the winter time. A compact plant as well. These form like little thickets, if you like, eventually. They send out little runners under the ground that then sort of pop up and almost form like a little miniature bamboo kind of coppice, really. Evergreen leaves there that always look good all the way through the year. Good plant for shade. So if you've got a shady part of the garden where other things struggle, this is really, really good for shade. Even quite deep shade, these do really, really well. Silly tough plant, this as well. Bone hardy. The coldest winter, this will get through. Does well in hot, dry summers as well. It's really drought tolerant, cold tolerant. Compact plants, as I say, never really taller than about 2 or 3 foot tall. And it is another one of those plants that just gives so much in the fact you've got evergreen foliage, you've got flower, you've got fragrance. It's got such an easy habit. Plant it, leave it, enjoy it, and just watch it bring you joy year after year after year. Simple as that.
How unusual are those flowers as well?
They are, yeah.
Lovely flower.
And it'll be one of those plants, actually, that when you're in the garden, you'll be doing something in the garden and you'll pick that fragrance up and it'll be like, where's that coming from? Where's that coming from? And it won't immediately be obvious.
Right.
Because the flowers, they're pretty, but they're not huge. So they're not immediately obvious, but the fragrance will lead you to the flowers. And when you get your nose down to the flowers on this shrub, it'll be like, whoa,
wow.
That's where that's coming from that gorgeous Sarcococa. And great for pots as well. Fantastic plant for pots, and it looks so lovely in a pot with lots of lovely spring bulbs around it, perhaps some ivy trailing down the side, perhaps some little small wallflowers in there as well. And then in the summertime, when they've gone, you can replace those with geraniums or petunias or lobelia, but just keep that as your central kind of plant, if you like.
$17.99 there if you want to go for the winter gem. 510563. Remember, whatever you're shopping for, if you're in the club, you'll get that extra 10% discount. And whatever you're shopping for, make sure you use the code YGTV1024. That opens up all the deals that we've got, the buy one get one frees, the discounts, the postage included, but you must use the code. Something that most of you are adding into your basket is our compost. Well, here's Shaun and head gardener Peter to tell us more about our fabulous compost.
We describe this as premium professional compost. And the reason for that is it is the compost that is known, this formula we have perfected over decades. So I've been using it for decades. We have perfected it over decades. You've got a blend of the best peats plus wood fibre that you can imagine. Now, by volume, approximately 50% of this compost is wood fibre, and the balance is made up of a blend of peats, and there are 3 different peats. So you've got things like sphagnum moss peat, which is renewable. You've got sedge peat, and then you've got darker sphagnum as well in there. So you've got 3 different peats. You've also got, you can see actually just there, there's slow release fertiliser. These little green, what look like little eggs, you'll see those dotted among the compost when you're planting it. That's slow release fertiliser. One of the most expensive ingredients in any compost is fertiliser. You can see that there's another one just down below. That is amazing because that will deploy nutrients to the roots of whatever you grow in this compost just when they need it over the next 6 months. You then got what's called a buffer. Now, peat in particular is naturally acidic. And plants like to be just on the acidic side of neutral as a generality. There are exceptions, so things like rhododendrons and azaleas, they love to be properly acidic in terms of the ericaceous soil or compost they're growing in. But most things like it just on the slightly acidic edge of neutral. So that's what this is designed to give you. So it's got a pH buffer to keep it in exactly that zone. The wood fibre keeps the sort of perfect air-water porosity ratio, which is what we talk about in the trade, all these complicated terms. But it's, what plants need is they need a jungle gym to grow in. So they need a jungle gym for their roots, which is called growing medium. They need some water. and they need some air, and they need nutrients. And when you've got the perfect compost, it blends the air and the water and the constituents of the compost. It all blends together to give the perfect environment. That's what this particular compost does, which is why it's trusted by us. We will be growing approximately 150,000 potted roses on this nursery this year. That's roughly what we grow most years. We'll be growing, I don't know how many hanging baskets, but our pre-planted hanging baskets that will be available later, you will have bought them in the autumn and last spring as well. They grow in this compost. We will grow countless perennials, whether they be in the 9 centimetre square pots or the 3 litre pots or the 5 litre pots, plus fruit trees. And this is the compost we use for all of those things. So we trust it, the trade trusts it, and actually based upon the well, literally hundreds and hundreds of thousands of bags of this particular compost that you've bought over the years, you definitely trust it as well. And, you know, and actually, peat is a thing. We need to think about peat. Not me. I happen to also be peat, but it's the peat that's in here that we're talking about. We can still use peat in our gardens right now, and actually the alternatives, generally speaking, are a bit iffy. So if you want to get the best results, in my view, use this particular compost for as long as you can. It's got 50% other material in it, which is the lowest level we could get to and still have a professional quality product for you and for ourselves. So we've been as eco-friendly as we can, and we jumped onto that particular that approach years and years and years ago. So this is the same formulation that we've had for at least the last 6 or 7 years, with 50% other material to bulk out the peat, and it still works better. So I would say this is, in my opinion, it's the only compost I use at home. It's the compost we use on the nursery. I can't recommend it highly enough.
Yeah. Absolutely loves the compost. In fact, the details on the screen will pop on for your compost for you. You are getting such a great deal, aren't you? Because it makes such a difference.
Yeah, it's like anything. I always remember that little story I told you about years ago, driving behind a lorry, and its advertising thing was for the company was, you know, to get the best out of our product, we put the best into our product.
Lovely.
And that's exactly the same with this compost.
2 50-litre bags, 100 125 is the item number, £24.98, postage included, as long as you use the code YGTV1024. There's your 2 50-litre bags, and £22.48 if you're in the club. Now we're going to look at some standard roses, aren't we?
Yeah,
yellow colour.
I know, and these are great, aren't they? Bare root again, but look, already. Look at the shoots. Look, little green shoots.
They're like, get me planted.
I know,
let me
exactly.
out.
Even though they're bare root and they're just wrapped with a little bit of cellophane and a little bit of compost, they're still wanting to grow even now. So you can imagine what they're going to do once you get them in the ground.
So these have been in
pots.
cold store, haven't they?
Yeah, cold storage, bare root lifted. So they've been growing in the field up to probably days ago, almost probably, and then they get lifted out, put into cold storage. Because it's winter time, because they're dormant, they don't know they've been lifted, they don't know they've been disturbed. So as far as they know, they think they're still in the ground. And by the time you get them back in the soil or back in the pots, they'll start to root away, start to grow away. And again, it's such a brilliant way of buying roses, because you could buy one of these little miniature standards in pot grown, and you could pay £24.99, kind of 30 quid just for one kind of pot grown. In fact, you're getting 2 of these as well. That incredible, lovely lemon yellow colour on these, and there's just something about having roses when you've got that lovely upright stem and then just that ball of colour on top.
Yeah,
it just kind of elevates them to a different level, and it means. Because we always try and think of everybody at YouGarden. We know not all of you have got acres and acres of garden. So it means, again, if you're 3 floors up and just got a balcony, if you've just got a really small space, ordinarily you might be able to grow roses. But these, I mean, you literally could grow these in a window box, couldn't you, if you wanted to? In fact, we've got some troughs behind that they would grow in quite well. Or these boxwood planters have been absolutely perfect for these.
If you want to go for the roses, £29.98 gets you the 2 bare roots, saving £10 there. If you want to go for the planters, these are such brilliant value. The boxwood planter is £14.99, not for 1, for 2. So you're all set, aren't you, if you go for those?
Yeah, well, I mean, wouldn't that look brilliant, Shaun? Because you've got the 2 pots, you've got the 2 roses, so now you can bookend those roses, can't you? You could put those either side of the front door. If you've got some steps going up into the back garden, you could have either side of the steps, either side of the gate. either side of the patio doors on the patio. And then, good thing again about these are on a standard as well, it means there's space underneath to plant more things. So
lovely.
You can have your roses up there, and then underneath you can have your summer bedding underneath. So this time it could be wallflowers, couldn't it? It could be tulips, could be the spring bulbs, and then geraniums afterwards. If you wanted to, you could colour coordinate.
He's like, do what you want.
Do what
it's
you want.
fine.
Have some nice red geraniums with those yellow roses.
What a great
Go for
contrast.
it.
Yeah, that'd be great. $14.99, buy one, get one free, so you'll get 2 of them, but you must use the code YGTV1024, and we will add that second one in for you. If you're in the club, you'll only pay $13.49. And then to remind you, the roses, those roses are on a bare root. They're standards. That ball of colour at the top will look fabulous. 530196 is your item number. At $29.98, you're saving £10. If you're in the club, you're saving even more. Lots of great offers that will be activated by using that code, so make sure you use it whatever you are shopping for. Next up, now, we brought this in from outside. They call it pineapple guava.
It's neither.
And it's neither of us. Okay, tell us what it is.
It's like when they name birds, don't they? They call birds something that they're not at all. It's like, why have they called it that? It's not even that, you know. It's like, that's not that sort of bird. But this, you know, but again, it's another evergreen. I mean, look at that bird, a little blackbird singing
Do you know,
away.
there's some birds outside the potting
Beautiful.
shed that are singing away, aren't they?
Yeah, gorgeous. But yeah, we've brought you so many evergreens today, and this, you know, this is no exception. Looks good all the way through the year with these super glossy leaves, lovely upright habit, and again another shrub that grows in really poor soil. I saw these growing on the Isle of Wight. Oswald House, I think you said
Osborne House.
Osborne House,
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
it.
Queen Victoria's old house.
And it was the summer before last when we had that really crazy hot summer. Everything was looking really sad.
I think we went the same year. We went after you, didn't we? Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
And the soil there is really sandy, really well drained, and those sorts of soils tend to be quite poor anyway, very nutrient depleted. The acres were just growing away, happy as you like. I mean, they look green, they look vibrant, even though everything else was really struggling in the drought, and they were covered in these in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to just drop that down because the flowers.
Show you these.
These are the flowers that this was covered in. These flowers are knockout. I mean, these flowers look like almost like something from Avatar. I mean, they're just such weird, unusual looking flowers.
Unusual, aren't
they are,
yeah,
just absolutely amazing. And in really hot years, they will fruit, and they do produce edible fruits that are a cross, apparently, between a pineapple and a guava kind of flavour.
Oh, there we go.
There we go, yeah. I can't guarantee that, and I'm not going to tell you I've tasted these because I never have. But, you know, you might get fruit, you might not. If I was, you know, saying to you, buy this today for its fruit, I'd be a bit nervous about doing that.
No.
But you might get fruit if you're lucky when
you buy it.
That's why you buy it. I mean, look at those flowers. And when you see that explosion of stamens above those petals, surrounded by this incredible upright evergreen foliage, absolutely knockout, really knockout. So another really good evergreen. In fact, I mean, we've got about half a dozen different evergreens on the show today, and the great thing about that is even in January, February time, when everything else, the deciduous plants have all died down, you've still got that foliage colour, you've still got interest, you've still got texture and contrast from all the different leaf shapes, and that's what I like about evergreens.
It's really important, I think, to have an evergreen collection in your garden, because when you do look out in the coldest, darkest winter, it still looks alive, doesn't it?
Yeah, they form like the backbone, really, in the garden.
Yeah.
I mean, my garden, I've got lots and lots of palms, because I like a tropical kind of looking garden, and I actually find the palms disappear a little bit in the summer because everything grows up around them.
Of course,
But this year, when all the perennials have died down, the palms really stand out in winter, and they just give the garden interest and structure even in the winter time. And that's what something like this Aca Celowiana will do for you. Even in the middle of the winter, it will look good. But as I say, come the spring and summer, and when I'm trying to think what time of year, it was about June, July time I was on the Isle of Wight, and it was in full flower then. And it looks spectacular, really
Brilliant.
did.
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And across the board, 680146, we've had an email in with a picture from Dave. Dave's got one there, look.
At that.
Fantastic.
That is a super, super healthy plant. Look how lovely and branched and full that is as well.
Full, yeah.
Looking really, really good.
Thanks, Dave. YGTV@yougarden.com if you do want to email in, if you want to send any pictures. We love to see your pictures, we really do. So whatever you're shopping for, make sure you use the code YGTV1024 if you want to go for anything and activate those offers. That's what you must do. Now we've got some more planters to show you. Great deals on planters. These are the Eclipse planters. Buy one, get one free again, as long as you use the code. $9.99 gets you 2 of these.
Yeah, good thing about these as well is, again, you can bookend these, can't you? Because you've got the pair of these. Good for those little climbers as well. So nasturtiums in here, for example, like little miniature sweet peas.
I was going to say,
patio sweet peas.
Yeah, the sweet peas.
Could look good in there. Lobelia could even grow up through these. And if you wanted to, you don't even need to think about a climber. You could just have something sort of lower down, just enjoy the actual structure of these as they are. But it just gives you so many options with these. Winter time would be quite nice because you have little ivy plants in there, for example, and you could have winter flowering pansies, violas, cyclamen, something like that. In the summertime, you could swap for petunias and lobelia and geraniums, or say if you want to sort of try a little climber like, say, the sweet peas or something, look absolutely great. But these are robust. Oh, flame lilies as well. Ooh, yeah, I'm growing them at home.
Nice against the darkness.
The Gloriosa flame lilies would look absolutely amazing in these because they're not super, super tall, but they like to kind of spiral round.
Right.
So that would be just a nice, perfect support for those as well. And they're quite nice open structures around the sides. You can get in and deadhead and do the bits and pieces you want to do. Frost resistant, UV resistant, lightweight, just really, really gorgeous planters. And these look metallic. You've got that sort of burnished kind of look on there as well. I just like that slightly distressed look. So just absolutely amazing planters that you can just do so many different things with.
They all have great drainage as well.
Yeah, you've got the drainage holes in the bottom there, so you've got some really good drainage holes in there as well. And you could grow your strawberries, some strawberries in these.
I was going to say strawberries. Yeah. And speaking of which,
strawberries,
we have a great deal for you this week. If you want some amazing strawberry runners, the Cambridge Strawberry Favourites, 10 runners for 99p if you use the code YGTV1024. You will pay the postage. However, if you're paying postage on something else, remember your postage is capped at $6.99 on the show. So if you've already paid your $6.99 postage, you won't be paying any extra. And most importantly, if you spend over £40, you will get free postage on your entire order. So if you can see, I mean, if you go for the compost and maybe a couple of plants, you're going to go over £40. You'll get free delivery.
Yeah, and that's just so good, isn't it, to think that you can just order. There's no more P and P.
Keep going,
keep going. Yeah. And it's kind of, then you know that sort of, oh, actually, that might have been $6.99 P and P on there. Actually, I could buy X with that now instead because I'm not, spending it on P and P.
Exactly.
Which is brilliant.
The savings you'll make here with your club discount as well are fabulous. We're going to take a look at our lilies once again. Majestic lily collection we've got for you here. This is a massive variety of colour when it comes to lilies, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an explosion of colour from sort of midsummer onwards. These will actually come up on great big, tall, sturdy stems. Huge flower heads on these as well. You've got spectacular colours. Some of them you've got fragrance as well. And you can see there that posy or that bunch of lilies. I mean, look at the colour collection there. The deep, deep red, the oranges, the yellows, the soft pinks, the whites. Those really, really beautiful stamens in the middle there as well. Which if you want to to use these as cut flowers indoors, you can always cut those stamens off before you take them indoors so you don't get the pollen, lily pollen everywhere. But what I would do with these is it's a buy one, get one free. I'd enjoy one pack in the garden in situ to grow and flower, and then if I've got an allotment or a kitchen garden or somewhere, I'd grow the others in a straight row and just use them for cut flowers. To kind of bring indoors. And what you could do, a suggestion like that Becca came out with last week when we were talking about something else, is plant 5 of those lilies 1 week and then plant the other 5, say 2 to 3 weeks later. So again, you get the staggered
different times.
Yeah, you'll get the first year, you'll get that staggered growth on those as well, which will be nice.
Great
Lilies
idea.
like their roots or their bulbs in the cool and the damp. So they're really good plants for growing between other plants. So if you've got like what we call an herbaceous border, so you've got your lupins, your delphiniums, and all those different sort of things growing, plant the lilies between those. about 3 or 4 inches deep. They like to be quite deep. Put some of our compost in round the root as well, because they like quite a humusy rich soil. And what will happen is your perennials will start to come up and they'll do their thing, and then the lilies will grow up through those and give another layer of height. They'll have their roots or their bulbs in the cornice of the earth, but they have their flowers up in the sun, which I absolutely love. And that's just the best way to grow lilies. And I do that on my own garden. I've got a north-facing border, which is another good thing. The lilies are quite good for shade. I've got a north-facing border on the right-hand side of my garden where I have these amazing yellow and kind of orangey purple lilies that come up. But I don't see them initially. Then all of a sudden, I just see them start to come up above the rest of the plants. Yeah, and by the time they flower, I mean, they're as tall as me. These ones won't be quite as tall as that, but these ones are really quite tall. And then, just dozens and dozens of flowers on there that last for a good couple of 2 or 3 weeks. And lilies are a long, long-lived plant. Once they're happy, they'll come up year after year after year, and then all you've got to do is love them and leave them and enjoy them.
And it is a buy one get one free on this deal, so 10 bulbs goes to 20 bulbs for $9.99 as long as you use the code YGTV1024. We'll add that second one in when you pop the code onto your basket. 650134 is your item number for our lilies. Now we've got a summer bulb collection for you next. And when I say a collection, 7 varieties, 300 bulbs altogether.
Yeah, and what I like about it is it's not one of those lazy bulb collections, as I call it. You see some, where they stick anything in, and some of the bulbs are a little bit kind of, a bit run-of-the-mill, a bit blasé. This has just got such an amazing mix of quite unusual bulbs, and I'll talk you through them as well, because starting at the top here, we've got the Liatris here, which are quite unusual because they flower from the top down, come up year after year, lovely upright spikes of purple flowers, and loads as well, not just one. I mean, you get 3 or 4 or 5 kind of flower spikes come up eventually once they become established. Then going across the other side, you've got the Broadier here as well. Great big bunches of purple, of white, of almost kind of bicoloured plants as well, flowers as well. These get to about 7-8 inches tall on very thick wiry stems and make great cut flowers, which are fantastic. In the middle, you've got the gladioli, the good old Dame Edna Everidge's their favourite flower. They're going to give you drama much later in the season, so from August, September going into October, perhaps 2 to 3 foot tall. Either side of them is 2 different types of allium. You've got the yellow and the white allium there, about May to June flowering time on those. And then when we drop down to the bottom on our card here, we've got our freesias right down at the bottom, so you've got absolute incredible fragrance from those as well. And again, quite a long flowering period, because what freesias actually do is they will send up a flower spike, but then there's little branches that come off the main flower spike, so they keep flowering for quite a long period of time. And then on the bottom right there, the white Abyssinian lily or Accidanthera. Really unusual to see those in a bulb collection because they're quite a special bulb, really. So what I particularly adore about this collection is that somebody's really made the effort to create a bulb collection with quite distinguished, different and unusual bulbs, but also a bulb collection that's going to give you colour all the way from late spring all the way into autumn, but also fragrance. You can have that amazing fragrance there from the freesias. You can have sort of stature with these as well. With the gladioli, they might get 2 to 3 foot tall, make great cut flowers. But that collection is absolutely superb, and a lot of these bulbs, especially the alliums, will double up from year to year and kind of spread and become bigger and bigger clumps. And the Broadier here, really easy to grow. Gladioli, again, easy to grow. They used to say in the past to lift gladioli corms after they finish flowering, but these days you don't really need to bother anymore. No. Most winters they'll get through. All of these bulbs generally, just plant them somewhere sunny, well drained, bright and open, into the garden if you want to, straight into the soil, or they're all absolutely fantastic for pots and troughs. Talking of which, I'll just show you some troughs. He's off on a trough collection. I'm just going to grab some troughs here because these, Shaun, both of these would be absolutely amazing for the bulbs because you've got depth in here, you've got drainage, but you could have 2 or 3 different types. You have the gladioli in the middle, you could have freesias that end, you could have the Liatris that end if you wanted to, and then you could perhaps put 4 different types of bulbs in there as well. So you can have the bulbs wherever you want the bulbs to be. You can move them right up to the patio doors, outside your front door, wherever you want them to be. But these are just such robust pots, really UV resistant, frost resistant. They look amazing, and they're just yeah, just got that fantastic depth that will be just brilliant for those bulbs.
Great drainage again, frost resistant, UV resistant. $24.98 gets you 2 of those, remember, and your postage is included on those troughs. It says window planter, but you can use them on your patios and decking areas. Will be great.
Well, they're substantial enough. They're not really sort of silly, shallow, narrow ones that are going to blow over and dry out really quick. You've got depth, you've got width on those as well, so you can get a really good bit of compost in those. Lots of room for the roots to develop, and the plants will thrive. Look really good in those.
A great buy there for $24.98, part of the new collection when it comes to our pots and planters. And your bulbs, remember, you're getting 300 bulbs. Now, we've had a question come in about our pineapple guava, so let's take a little listen to what the question was. Can it be pruned?
Yeah, you can prune them. Yeah, absolutely. Prune them if you want to. Yeah, so just prune it down after it's finished flowering. The new growth that will come will give you flower the following year. So yeah, it can be pruned really, really easily. Not a problem at all on that.
Easy peasy. If you don't want it to get too big, that was Anne. Good morning, Anne, or good afternoon as it is now. Good afternoon, Anne. $14.99 for the pineapple guava if you want to go for that. And there it is. And you can prune it back, as Adam was saying. So 680146. Now, this table that we're at right now is the favourites of the week. Again, they're proving very popular with us today on this Sunday show here at YouGarden. Don't forget, YouGarden are live every Wednesday and Thursday morning. And then Sunday, we go from around about 10 o'clock through till 2 o'clock. Always starts at 10, other than today. We were a bit late today.
Yeah.
Apologies for that if you were waiting for us.
Better late than never.
Yeah, we got here eventually, didn't we? Crocosmia we're going to talk about next. These are a sea of colours, aren't they?
Now a sea of colour. Used to be called Montbretia, now called Crocosmia. And you used to only ever see them in orange, basically, years and years ago. But now we've got these wonderful colour mixes. You've got oranges, you've got reds, you've got yellows, and you've got some that are a mixture of both colours. A really, really easy bulb to grow. And like we were talking about with some other plants today, these will grow quite happily on poor soils, so they'll grow quite well on gravelly soils, sandy soils, chalky soils. They do quite well on heavier soils as well. The main thing they ask of you is just plant them somewhere really open and sunny. That's where they do really, really well. Lovely, lovely, strong, wiry stems on these, so they support the flower heads really, really well. And as you can see there, even once the main flowers have opened out, lots of little side stems on there as well. So you're probably going to get like a 4 to 6 week flowering period on these. You can put them straight into the beds and borders, into your main garden if you want to, but they do fantastically well in pots and troughs. They originate from South Africa, but they are just crazy, crazy, crazy hardy in this country. I can think of loads of customers' gardens that have got crocosmias, and even after the coldest winter, they always come back because they're a bulb that kind of lives under the ground. So this time of year, you'll just start to see little sword-shaped leaves starting to emerge, which gradually get taller and taller and taller. And then sort of late spring to early summer, you'll suddenly see a flower spike start to push up out the middle. The flower spike goes upright to start with, then it kind of curves over at kind of sort of 90 degrees at right angles, and then the flowers start to come out and just form a really delicate but impressive collection of flowers in all those wonderful colour hues there that you can see. Great for hot borders. If you're going to do a hot border and you want those really hot colours, they look really good there as well. Or you could contrast them with something else if you want to. But ideally, ultimately, just plant them somewhere sunny and well drained. They'll come up year after year after year. They don't need any attention.
Great.
You don't need to do anything with them at all, actually. Just leave them and enjoy them.
Let them get on with it.
Let them get on with it.
The deal we've got for you is a double up deal. So if you want to go for the 50 corms, fine, $9.99 is the price there. But if you put a second one in your basket, you'll only pay £5 extra. So you'll get 100 corms for $14.99 or $13.49 if you're in the club. Make sure you use the code or you won't get any of the deals that we talk about. YGTV 1024. That's your crocosmia. Next up, we're going to look at something else that doesn't require a lot of work once you've planted it, does it?
No, and these, I love these. I just love the cheek of these, really. They're kind of like, when you hear somebody say, people say, what is she wearing? People say, what is she? Well, that That's like these.
Look at them begonias.
Yeah, look at them begonias.
How dare
Does
they?
she really think those colours go? You know what? Do these colours go? Or he even, does he think those colours go?
Too right.
But what I love about these are so bold, these are so brash, these are so out there. These just give such wonderful colour. They've got such huge personalities, such colour, such joy, such pleasure from these. I mean, just look at that there today. I mean, we're in mid-March and yeah, things are starting to flower now, but oh my goodness me. When we get into summer and we've got pots or troughs or hanging baskets full of these in these wonderful pinks and yellows and oranges and reds and whites, above that incredible foliage as well, those oddly kind of triangular shaped leaves that have got those etched and kind of notched edges to them.
I love that.
Look at those, Shaun.
It's like a really, really full carnation head, isn't
yeah,
it?
It is. I mean, super double flowers. I mean, you know, multi-layered double flowers. Kind of, is it like decoupage kind of flowers, if you like?
The layering.
And the fact they self-deadhead is great as well. And they're not fussed about whatever type of summer we have, whether we have a hot, dry summer, whether we have a cool, damp summer. I mean, my brother grows another type of begonia called apricot shades every year, and every year always has a fantastic result. And you will with these ones as well, these Fimbiata, that whatever the season, they'll perform. All you need to do, if they're obviously in a pot or a trough or hanging basket, water them regularly, feed them occasionally. But again, other than that, they're one of these plants that will just give so much for minimum input. And if at the end of the season, you've got these in a trough or a hanging basket, when the first frost has come and knocked them back a little bit, what you'll find after a few weeks is they just literally just naturally snap away from soil level of their own accord. So if that's a pot or hanging basket, once that's happened, take that pot or hanging basket into a shed or a garage somewhere frost-free.
Okay.
Leave it for the whole winter. Let it be as dry as bones for the whole winter. Just leave it like that. In the spring, about this time, or a little bit later, bring it back outside, water it again. They'll come back for you another year.
Wow.
So they will come back year after year. And just a little quick tip when you get them home as well, when you start them off, make sure you plant them rounded side down. That's really important.
Okay.
Plant them rounded side down and just press them down into the compost. They don't need to be covered, just up to the top of the actual tuber itself. And then in the middle, after a few weeks, you'll start to see the little shoots come. And then once they get going, oh boy, they just go. Yeah.
And they'll grow and thrive in any weather as well.
That's the great thing.
Begonias.
Yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes, I mean, not so much now, but you remember in the olden days with certain sorts of petunias or geraniums, if you had a really wet summer, they used to go mouldy, didn't they? And they never really looked good. They really struggled. But these, they don't care whether it's a hot, dry, whether it's a damp, windy, still look good.
Great value, $9.99 is your price for 10 or $14.99 for 2. It's a double up deal. You'll get 20 of them then. 630190. Remember, you've got to use the code YGTV1024. The next item, just hearing Stuart in the gallery, he's saying, I got in trouble for this. I really got in trouble. We've got a brilliant deal on your Escallonia. I'm not sure how much longer it'll be at this price. This is a 2-litre pot for $9.99.
Yeah, I mean the days of $9.99 for a shrub of that size
for
in
a
a
coffee,
pot.
some places.
Yeah, I know. They're pretty limited now. I mean, yeah, I can remember perhaps 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, but again, a stunning plant. This. I've got this plant in the front garden. My lovely mother-in-law Jenny. Happy Mother's Day, Jenny. We bought this for her in her garden. It's in a pot and it looks really good. Al started off in the pot, but now we've put it into the garden. I love the fact it's evergreen. So where are we now? Mid-March, but it's still looking really good. It will look this good in January. It'll look this good in December. But of course, once it's established and you get these conical heads of pink flowers.
Yeah, look at those.
They are absolutely adorable, those heads of flower. And flower for week after week after week. You can see on the picture there, you've got some in full flower, you've got lots of buds and flower heads waiting to come a little later on. A super tough plant as well, drought tolerant, frost resistant, a nice, neat growing habit to this as well. And if you've grown traditional Escallonias, there's one called Apple Blossom, which kind of everybody grows. Well, they can get 5 to 6 foot tall. They make quite big, unruly kind of shrubs that just take over a small space. This is a great way of having all the joy and pleasure and fun of growing an Escallonia, but in a way that's compact and manageable. So again, small garden, balcony, rooftop garden, really limited space, you can still enjoy Escallonia for year after year after year. And if it does start to get a little bit too big, after it's flowered, take the secateurs to it, take the shears to it, trim it down to the height you want it to be. It will reshoot, and those new shoots will give you flowers in the following years.
510-545 for your Escallonia at $9.99 is such a brilliant price. Winter hardy on this one as well.
Oh, goodness me, yeah. This, I mean, our one out the front, I've had ours for about 2 or 3 years now, and winter before last, where I live in Swaffham, I think we had a -11.
Right.
And it
was fine.
It's fine.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And we do the hardy guarantee as well, don't we?
Yeah, we've got that lifetime guarantee. So anything we call hardy, you see the little snowflake emblem next to it, that basically means it's got a lifetime guarantee. So if you do happen to lose it, we'll replace it. And I guess if we can't replace it, we'll probably refund you money if we can't replace it. I'm not sure.
We'll check on that.
But we'll certainly replace it for you, no problem at all.
You just pay the postage for the new item. So if you want to go for the Escallonia, the pink L, $9.99 or $8.99 if you're in the club. If you've not already joined the club, it's most definitely worth joining. On this show today, you could save more than you pay for your club membership. So do join the club if you're not already a member. Going to remind you of a few of our very popular items on the show so far. We're here for you right through till 2 o'clock. The jasmine that we've got on the show at $9.99 is a brilliant price. It's a 60 centimetre cane. It comes in a 2-litre pot. It's $9.99 for the jasmine. Beautiful, cheery yellow flowers that you can see there. 550375 is your item number, and a $9.99 price. That does come with the cane. Now, something that we saw right at the top of the show, which is a beautiful plant, is the Camellia Femme Fatale. Now, if you know Bex, one of our resident experts here on YouGarden, she absolutely loves this, and I can understand why. That flower, it doesn't look real. Even when you stood right next to it, it's such a beautiful, bold colourway and a stunning flower that you'll get from your Camellia Femme Fatale. $24.99 is your price, or in the club, $22.49 is the price. 511519 is your item number there. Now, we did recently see the pineapple guava. You've loved this. It's going to give you great foliage year round, a lovely glossy green leaf, but when it comes into flower, this is what makes it so different and unusual. How Caribbean looking is that flower that you can see there, that unique flower that comes with your pineapple guava, a real tropical sensation that you can see there. And $14.99 the price. 680146 club price, an extra 10% off across the board, remember. So make sure you use the code YGTV1024 whatever you're shopping for, or you won't get the discounted prices or the offers that we talk about throughout the show. Next up, this has been so popular, the callistemon, the bottle brush plant. When it comes into flower, those gorgeous bottle brushes in that gorgeous red design that you can see there. This is a really substantial size, this pot, and it will arrive at home to you in a 2.5 litre pot at $14.99 the price. If you are using the code and you're a club member, you'll get that discounted price. And remember, the most postage you will pay is $6.99 on the show, even if you're multi-ordering. But if you spend over £40, you will get free delivery on your entire basket. So 510046 for your bottle brush. Something else that's proving really popular is the honeysuckle, and at $12.99 you can see why. This is a great size. $12.99 for the honeysuckle, and look at the flowers. The flowers that you're going to get here are absolutely stunning. We try and bring you things that are a little bit unusual here at YouGarden, as well as all your classics and your favourites, but bringing you the honeysuckle Seratina for $12.99. 550331 is your item number if you want to go for sunflower, honeysuckle. We've got loads more to show you that we haven't seen yet on the show, so don't go anywhere. Make sure you add in the strawberries that we've got for you. That's our special deal today. You're going to pay just 99 pence. They're normally 9.99. 99 pence will get you 10 runners as long as you use the code YGTV1024 plus your postage. However, if you're paying postage on other items, remember, if you've already got a £6.99 postage, you won't pay any extra. And if you spend over £40, you'll get your postage free on your order anyway. Now, we are going to take a look at some other items. Are we going to the iris first? Oh, I saw this when I caught up on the show yesterday. And if you do want to catch up on any of the shows, you can do that on the YouGarden website. All the shows are there for you to catch up on. I've never seen an iris like this.
This is a new one to me as well. It was till recently. Yeah, we brought this in 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. I'd never come across it before. And I'm not ashamed of that either, because, you know, there's literally hundreds of thousands of plant species out there. So you can't know every plant. No. Yeah, this is stunning. I mean, it's so unusual. It almost looks like some sort of sci-fi kind of plant there. But yeah, it's related to the iris family. What I would suggest with these, if you can, is grow these in pots. Can try them in the garden, but grow them in pots I think would be the best way of ensuring you're going to get these spectacular flowers. Start them off somewhere really, really nice and warm in our top grade compost. They'll absolutely adore that kind of compost. And then once I'll start them off indoors or somewhere reasonably warm to start with in a pot, and then once the weather warms up, you can have them on your balcony, your patio, somewhere really, really sunny and sheltered. The leaves will come up initially to start with, and then you'll get these little spikes that will come up from the middle of the foliage, and then these just totally surreal kind of flowers will just explode out the top, and these will be a really real incredible talking point. I mean, how would you even describe that to somebody? I mean, the colour is phenomenal. You've got those really incredible sort of unusual stamens and stuff in the middle there. You've got the edges of those petals are just something sort of otherworldly, but almost like a cross between an orchid and I don't know, something else really.
It's so oriental looking.
Yeah, it is oriental looking. Yeah, and it would just be such a talking point. I don't think this one does, but other members of the in this family, the Ferraria family, because I did a little bit of research on it, and apparently some of the wild types that grow in hotter parts of the world, they actually have flowers that smell of. This one doesn't, by the way, but other ones have fragrance that smells of rotting flesh, apparently, because they're pollinated by.
This one doesn't.
This one doesn't, okay. But they're pollinated by flies. This one doesn't, but just a little fact I'd sort of throw in there. That's the sort of family it comes from. But yeah, try these. Just such a talking point.
So unique.
Yeah, really unique, but easy to grow. Just you grow them in the pots, the best thing. Give them a warm start, and once the weather does warm up, then they can be outside for the rest of the summer. Later in the year, bring them in, let them dry off, keep them somewhere frost-free for the winter, and then start them all off again the following spring.
Because of the colours and the way the speckles are, it reminds me of a giraffe. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you know the design on a giraffe.
Exactly. Yeah.
The starfish irises that we've got for you, get 3 corms for $9.99, but it's also a double up deal. So if you want to double up to 6 corms, you'll only pay £5 extra. $14.98 is your price if you go for the 6. Just add it into your basket and you'll get that discount. 630145. Next up, what have we got?
Salix. It's got such a ridiculous name. I'm not going to tell you the full name, but yeah, this is such a popular shrub. In the last 10 years or so, these have just taken off. My brother has got the most amazing one of these in his front garden. It's a standard one. He trims it into a fantastic ball shape. You do not need flowers on this plant. When the foliage comes out in the spring, it just explodes into this mixture of dark pink, soft pink, red colours, kind of mottled foliage with kind of white variegation to it. When you see one of these in its full glory, oh my goodness me.
And now Adam sent this in for us on the email. Look how beautiful that is.
Yeah, we did a plant. I mean, that is how it looks. That's a stunning garden, by the way. I look at I think is there some roses? He's got those roses look gorgeous.
Adam apparently designs sensory gardens.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you can tell that just by the. I mean, you've got the colour there. You've got the fragrance of the roses. We designed a garden in Swaffham where I live the year before last, and we put about 6 of these in.
Okay.
last year they just looked amazing. Just this explosion of stems, all this incredible coloured foliage on there. They are absolutely brilliant. And what you tend to find with these is if early in the year you trim them back quite harshly, the new foliage gives the most sort of dramatic colours.
Right, as it comes through.
You can leave them to become just natural shaped bushes if you want to. But if you want to clip them or make them into topiary, again, they're very happy to let you do that to them as well. Bone tough, really, really tough plants, super, super frost resistant, full sun, really not fussy about soil particularly. Just sort of slab. I mean, because they are a salix, a willow, they like a reasonable amount of moisture. But again, it doesn't have to be a desperately wet soil. You don't need to plant them by the edge of a river or a stream. But these are just so popular these days. There's barely a street you can go down without seeing these. And the reason being is because they just are so spectacular, so colourful, but just so easy to grow.
We've got a 3 litre pot for you today for $12.99. 510-919 is your item number for your Salix Flamingo Willow Bush. Next up, now, when I saw these arrive this morning, I was like, what is this all about?
These are actually called aconites, or eranthis is their posh name. And I'm going to just put a few down on that too. I'll just move this card out. I'm going to drop a few down on the plate for you there. So you can, I'll take them all out and you can see what you're going to get there. So these are what's called lifted in the green, which is something that you do with snowdrops, for example, or other spring flowering bulbs. And it's the best way of making sure that these survive. Now, some bulbs, like snowdrops and aconites, for example, they don't do very well if they're put in those packets and left to dry out for months on end. You don't always get a really good result growing them like that. So what's happened here is these have just finished flowering. You can just see the little seed head in the middle there, and they have a lovely little kind of yellow buttercup kind of flower. I think they're the same family, buttercup family. There's the flower there. You can see that wonderful, lovely little yellow flower. They're about 2 to 3 inches tall. I've actually got some flowering in my garden still at the moment. And if you plant them in the green like they are now, they will get established really, really quickly. So just pop them in roughly to the same depth that they've been lifted from in your garden. They like kind of sort of quite damp, cool, woodlandy kind of areas. They're good for shade, good for damp areas, good for planting under trees. If you think sort of places where bluebells flower, for example, those kind of conditions, that's what these like. So they look fantastic under trees, under the base of hedges, around conifers. And then gradually, year after year, they'll kind of double up, and then really, really kind of late winter, on a sunny day, you just get this explosion of like these yellow flowers all coming out en masse, and they just look absolutely glorious. And if you plant them with, say, purple crocuses as well, and you get that mixture of the yellow of these.
What a contrast.
I've got a sneeze.
Bless you. And another one. Is there another one?
That's gone.
Just the one?
I looked at the light as well, but it went.
Bless you.
But so that's what these are. These are aconites, or eranthis is their common name.
Really
they have
unusual.
Really unusual foliage, and the actual flower comes out the middle of the foliage at the top there. But easy to grow. Come up year after year after year, and they flower about the same time as snowdrops, so you could plant these with snowdrops as well. What I particularly adore about these is, for me, they really are the first harbingers of spring. That's what I like about them. When I see the aconites come into flower, I know it's still winter, and I know I know there's still a way to go, but I know we're on the right side of things. I know we're heading out of winter and we're heading into the good times, and that's what I like about these.
Aconites in the green. You're going to get 25 bulbs for $14.99 if you want to go for those. 630012 is the item number on that one. You are loving most things that we've shown you. However, if you've seen our shows previously, these were always a favourite, weren't they? The skyscraper lilies.
Well, we were talking about aconites getting like sort of 3 or 4 inches tall. Now we're going to talk about a plant that might grow 3 or 4 inches in a week.
This is me in plants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm the aconite, Shaun's the skyscraper lily. But these, I mean, we've brought these many times before, and it's not surprising because look at this. I mean, this, this lady is literally standing underneath these. When you get to stand under lilies and look up into the flowers, what you'll find with these, I'm going to be honest, they don't get that tall the first year, but over 2 or 3 years, they get taller and taller as each year goes by. I've got a pink one in my garden. I don't know where it came from. I don't ever remember planting it, but it's been in my garden about 4 or 5 years now. And last year it got about the height of me. I can only think I must have planted it. It must have come from something else that I planted in at the same time, but it is absolutely amazing. And these eventually can get to 2 to 3 metres tall. They can have stems as thickness of broom handles. They don't need any support. They don't need canes or anything. I was going to say, do they need to be supported because they get so tall? No, Shaun, they're pretty much self-supporting, to be honest. So they're good for growing right at the back of the border, and they'll love that as well, because again, it's that thing about lilies where they love to have their feet in the shade and their flowers up in the sun. Right. Yeah, you've got an incredible colour mix here as well, incredible different colours there. But to get the drama of these, after 3 or 4 years having lilies that are taller than you, with perhaps 15, 20, 25 huge flowers on each stem. That's the other thing, loads of flower heads on each stem, isn't there? Yeah, lots of flower heads, and to be able to sort of just look up and look into lily flowers. They shower down, because, I mean, like stargazer lilies, for example, they were previously the flowers that the lilies came from used to look down, and then somebody said, well, it'd be really nice to have a lily where you can look into the flowers. Right. That's how stargazers come along, and that's what they did with those. But of course, with these, because they're taller than you want them to look down. You want them to look down, so you can look up into the flower. You'll have fragrance from these as well. Not as strong as some lilies, but there will be a little bit of fragrance on some of these. But really, the drama for these is the height, the size, the structure, the amount of flowers, and the intensity of those incredible colours. The price on these is brilliant. You're going to get silly, isn't it? Yeah, daft. 5 of each, 5 varieties, 25 in total, $14.95 if you're in the club. $13.46 is your price. And look at the colours. You've got some real traditional colours here, but real vibrant colours as well. Again, tropical colours, kind of oriental-looking colours, kind of Mediterranean colours. Yeah, look at that. I mean, no wonder that lady's smiling. I mean, she must be as chuffed as punch to think she's grown that plant. And she's got hers, as you can see, right up against a building there as well. So, which is good because it does give them a little bit of shelter. But if you just want that kind of drama to get there's Stuart's garden. Look at those. My word, they just get stronger and stronger, taller and taller, don't they? Well, I mean, those fence panels are about 6 foot tall normally. So you see the height of those lilies against the fence panel, and look at the drama of those, and look at the size of the buds. I mean, thumping great. Those buds are the size of sausages. I mean, no wonder they explode into massive, massive flowers. And so many flower heads, again, to reiterate, on each stem, that you're going to get 25 bulbs for $14.95 or $13.46. Your price there if you're in the club. 630326. Next up, we're going to look at an edible for you, a blueberry, but this is like an ornamental edible, isn't it? It is, yeah. I mean, it's so easy to grow. This is the Berry Bucks blueberry. Getting tongue-tied there. And you can grow these into a ball shape if you want to, or you could grow these in a line. These are self-pollinating as well, so you don't need to worry about pollination on these. These are acid soil, so if you've got that sort of soil in the garden with rhododendrons and azaleas and stuff thriving, you can put these straight into the garden. But if you haven't, these do absolutely brilliantly in pots, and you can use our ericaceous compost just to put them in, and that will keep them really, really happy. The thing about these, put them in full sun, keep them really, really nice and moist, and they will give you berries, little blueberries, year after year after year. Loads and loads and loads of the blueberries as well. Again, growing your own fresh blueberries is so easy and so simple to grow, Shaun, because vaccinium or blueberries, they grow wild in certain parts of the world, even in the UK. I think you get bilberries and things like that. They're all the same family. They just grow like weeds. They don't really need any attention at all. Plant these, leave them. If they get a little bit too wiry, you get the odd little dead bit on there, just trim that out. But all you've got to do is plant them and leave them. In the spring, in fact, not so long from now, you'll get these little white lanterns, which look absolutely amazing. Once they're pollinated, there you go. Coming through, they're starting to pop open. Now, again, probably a little bit earlier than normal because we've had such a mild winter. But once the flowers have been pollinated, and the insects absolutely adore these, the bees and stuff love pollinating these, then each one of those flowers will become a berry. And then later in the summer, when they're perfectly ripe, bursting with minerals and vitamins and juicy sweetness, you can just pick those off, I'd probably challenge you to end up getting those onto your Weetabix. You're probably going to eat them before you even get them into the kitchen, to be honest.
On collection, all gone.
Exactly. I mean, take a little bowl out in the garden. You pick these. You're going to sit down on that patio chair, aren't you? And you're just going to eat these straight away because they're going to be so nice. Or if you did get them back into the kitchen, you could blitz some up with to make a milkshake or
smoothie.
Or put them in a cocktail.
We're getting there now.
Could be quite nice, couldn't it? Or in a fruit salad, for example, could be really good. Or just to decorate other things. But all your own homegrown ones.
And I love the fact that they are decorative looking in the garden, aren't they?
Oh, and in autumn as well, they have wonderful foliage colour in autumn as well. They go really fiery reds and oranges, incredible, lovely colours in the autumn. So, they're one of these plants that just give all the way throughout the year. But to say, once you've got them planted in the right soil, use ericaceous compost if you haven't got acid soil in your garden, put them in the pot. If you have got acid soil, put them straight in the garden. And just leave them, really, and just, that's it. But put them somewhere sunny. That's what they like, because normally these sorts of plants grow on heathland, so they're used to growing in very open kind of conditions, and they will grow in dryish conditions, but if you keep them well watered, then you're going to have more of those succulent, juicy kind of berries, really.
That's what it's all about. If you want to go for 3 of these, 3 10.5 centimetre pots you get for $16.97, 310-186. Now, we've got lots of pots and planters on the show. What would you recommend?
Well, we've got our box planters, which would be great, and you could put 3 in one of those planters, or we've got our trough planters where you could put 3 in a line if you want to. Either of those would be suitable. Great. Just as good. But as I say, just use the ericaceous compost. That's on our website, and that will make sure you've got that acid soil for them. They'll be really, really happy with. And then if you've got them in pots, it's like anything in pots, isn't it? You can, when they're flowering, you can bring them right up to the patio doors or somewhere where you can enjoy them. Oh, just one little thing I might be tempted to do is just make sure you protect them a little bit from the birds sometimes as well when the fruit's ripening.
Get in there, pinching your blueberries.
You might be in competition with the birds, but generally there's so many that there's enough to go round, to be honest.
You can share. If you want to go for the planters, the window planters as we call them, they're the longer planters. You get 2 for $24.98 with free postage. 130583 is your item number there. We've got lots more to see, so do come with us. We're going to take a look at the forsythia next. We talked about yellow being such a bright, cheery colour in the garden. That's what you've got here, isn't it, on the standard?
Talk about mellow yellow, Isn't that divine? Now,
look at that against your shirt, how it pops, that yellow colour.
See, sometimes these shirts do come in handy because that contrast is kind of crazy
That's
contrast
great.
there. But look at this, absolutely divine. Now, this will make sense when I get to the end of what I'm saying. You might think to start with, I've lost the plot. Sometimes I have a love-hate relationship with forsythia because I like the spring flower, but forsythias, they get huge. They grow at a silly rate of knots. They take over other plants around them, and they become a bit of a thug, and you have to keep clipping them back. And I don't really like clipping them because then they all look lollipopped and kind of artificial. But with this one, doesn't do that. It hasn't got that thuggish habit. It's a standard plant here, so it's on that wonderful standard stem there. And then you've got this forsythia on the top. So this is never going to take over. This is always going to be a forsythia you can enjoy in a small space. And as we say, patio, a balcony 3 or 4 floors up, smallest space possible, even a window box you could grow this in. And forsythia is so easy to trim. You've got options with this as well. You could leave this to grow naturally like this one has. So kind of just keep it natural looking, a sort of opens kind of shaggy kind of look if you like. But if you wanted to sort of toperize it, you could trim that into a nice ball shape as well. Whatever floats your boat really, it's your forsythia. You do what you want with it. But I just think it's so fantastic to have this absolute buzz of bright yellow right at the moment against that blue sky, and know you've got a forsythia that's always going to be manageable. It's never going to be bullying you or causing you grief. You're going to be able to look after it, and you can keep it trimmed back to size if it gets too big, because it's on this standard stem as well, so that always stops it getting too carried away. And you can see there, I mean, that one's probably like about 1.5 meters getting to 2 meters, but if that was getting too tall for you, after it's flowered, you could take all those main stems back to 6 inches, if you like, from the top of the actual standard stem, and that will reshoot back in no time at all and just sort of keep the size that you want it to be. But look at that. I mean, that is such a joy, isn't it? I mean, you can barely see the stems there. Even right in the middle, look, the flowers are just
smothered, isn't
yeah,
it?
almost looks like one of those artificial ones, really. But I assure you, it's not. This is nature at its pure best, really, with all this yellow and these lovely little flowers that kind of hang down. And of course, being a standard as well, you can kind of look underneath it. If you've had this up on a patio or on a table or somewhere, you could have that as a little centrepiece this time of year.
It would be a nice centrepiece.
It'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And then when it's finished flowering, you can just take it off to somewhere else and just put it somewhere where it's less prominent until it flowers again next year.
There's so many flowers on there, but the areas where there aren't flowers, you can see all the buds just waiting to pop through, to burst through, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the summertime, it's lovely green foliage on that, so you can keep that a lovely ball of green colour on there. It'll look interesting all the year through. And of course, if you've got it in the boxwood planter, for example, in fact, what we'll do, we'll drop it in and let's see what it looks like. If you've got it in that boxwood planter, then you can underplant that with summer bedding, and then at the end of the year, winter bedding, perhaps some nice spring bulbs that look good. And there's some little tulips and crocuses and some snowdrops, even some of our aconites, for example, because you'd have the yellow of the aconites.
Well, if you wanted to keep it all that yellow colour. Yeah.
Yellow of the forsythia. And the great thing about this pot, in fact, if I put the forsythia back down to the side of the pot, you can see there, obviously you're going to plant this towards the top of the pot, but you can see that leaves you a nice area still at the base of the pot here to get at least 4 or 5 inches of compost under the base of that root, so the roots have got somewhere to go down into, and it's going to just be so established inside this pot.
Those pots are on a brilliant deal. The boxwood acorn planter, $14.99, buy one get one free as long as you use the code YGTV1024. Put one in your basket, we'll put the second one in for you and charge you no extra, and if you're in the club, you're going to get that down to $13.49. Now, a question. What's the difference between the forsythia and the winter jasmine? They look a bit similar with the flowers.
Actually, I'm going to be really honest with you, because the eagle-eyed of you might have spotted earlier on that silly old me actually did put a forsythia picture behind the jasmine, because they do look very similar, but they are completely and utterly different plants.
The flowers are similar, aren't they?
Yeah, flowers are similar. I mean, the colour is very similar, but the behaviour is completely different. The jasmine flowers much earlier in the year, kind of November through to January, February time. It can grow as a climber. It has more kind of star-shaped flowers, whereas the forsythia will flower from about late February into sort of mid-late March, and is much more of a robust upward growing kind of shrub. Yeah. But of course, having said that, once you've got it on this standard, though, you've got a forsythia that you can control. Right. It's not going to overrule you. You can rule it. That's the good thing about it.
Great. $29.99 for your forsythia. 510258 is your item number there. And if you wanted the jasmine we were just talking about, a similar flower, but it comes out at different times, and it's a climber. The jasmine is $9.99. 550375. Remember, spend over £40, you'll get free delivery on your entire order. Whatever you're shopping for, make sure you use our code, because that activates all the offers on the show. YGTV1024. Now, next up, we're going to look at the mimosa. Again, this is something we love in our garden. It has thrived in our garden. This is Hayley last week. And this is only a year old, and we bought it at this kind of size.
Wow,
it has grown like you won't believe. We came back to the lodge where we stay when we're here, and oh my goodness, it's enormous. It's prolific in flower.
Whoa.
And it's just gone mad.
It's like a bouquet.
Isn't it amazing?
It's like a bouquet of blossom. And I tell you what really does my head in about these, Shaun, is that in the midst of the coldest, darkest, dullest time of the year, that's when they decide to flower.
Yeah, because it had been horrible and dark and dank, and we came back and it was dark, and we went in, and the next morning I came out and I was like, what is that? Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, spectacular. And it kind of looks as if it's not going to be able to make it through a British winter, because it looks so delicate and so tropical, but it does. You know, the flowers are tough. I mean, look at the leaves. I mean, you've got these wonderful mimosa kind of leaves there that look absolutely wonderful and gorgeous there. And this is a shrub, very fast growing. This could grow a couple of metres in 1 year once it gets going.
That's what it's done.
Grows
I was going to say,
quickly.
is it supposed to grow that quick?
They grow really fast. podcast. A couple of things to say about them. If you are going to put it in your garden, plant it in the most sheltered, warmest, sunniest part of your garden. Although, having said that, I was working in a place called Brancaster a couple of weeks ago, which is on the north coast of Norfolk.
Yeah.
And boy, oh boy, it can get really, really cold there. And I was showing the guys before the show one of these I saw growing there on the north coast next to the North Sea. It's a huge, thumping, great big tree. I mean, it was as tall as a house, and it was gobsmacking. I mean, but the weird thing about it was this was 2 or 3 weeks back. All the other trees were bare. There was no leaves, no flowers.
That was the same with us.
And you just see this, and how are you doing that?
Yeah.
How are you looking so tropical, so spectacular,
so early
so
in the
colourful?
season?
Yeah. At a time when you just think you can do it, but they do. I mean, that's what's amazing about them. And again, I'll be straight up and honest with you. I had one. I've got one in my garden, which grew really, really quick. And back in that winter before last, where I said it went down to -11, the top part of mine did get knocked back a bit, but I cut the top bit off where the frost had damaged it.
Okay.
Last year, it grew back to its original height in the first season after cutting it back. It sent out these new rods that went up another 6 foot. So even if it gets a little bit knocked back by the frost, it just grows back so quickly. So yeah, just an amazing plant.
$24.99 and includes the postage, 510235. Adam, who had the Salix, also has a mimosa. There you can see they do just let it grow, and I mean, if you want to keep it more compact, just keep it in a pot.
Yeah, or you can prune it. They don't mind being pruned.
Yeah, like you said.
They're more than happy to be pruned.
That's great, isn't it?
But yeah, it's just such a talking point. I remember years ago when I first saw these flowering. I was working in the garden in Buckhurst Hill, and I just couldn't believe it. Yeah,
and very tropical looking for a plant that came and flowers so early.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about it. Yeah, that's what's that's what freaks your brain out. But there you go.
Brilliant.
That's the power of nature.
And love the colour. Again, it's that lovely vibrant yellow. 510235 if you want the mimosa, $24.99 or $22.49 if you're in the club. Now, Shaun was lucky enough to go out and about on the nursery and take a look at the mimosas we have there.
Hello there, well I'm in. Hello there, well I'm in obviously the YouGarden nursery, and I must be surrounded by, I reckon, at least 2,000 of these gorgeous mimosas. And what I'm really impressed with is the fact that every single one of these looks perfect. They're all of very similar size, they're all extremely healthy. For those of you that don't know the mimosa, it's a fabulous, fabulous plant. Comes from the Mediterranean, so you find it in France, Spain. I've seen these in New Zealand. And what is wonderful, at this time of the year, they burst into flower. And I've just found one here. This is slightly ahead of the others, but look, these gorgeous yellow pom-pom flowers are beginning to burst open. And as this grows, and these can grow really quite quickly, so even in a year they can grow 2 or 3 feet high, you're going to get more and more of these gorgeous flowers. So this will be a carpet of yellow in your garden. And I've got a bit of a cold, but I can still smell a really gorgeous fragrance with these as well. Now they are evergreen, so this wonderful foliage that you're seeing, a little bit fern-like, you get that all year round. Just a few tips. They like a sunny spot and well-drained soil. They're hardy to about -5, so do bear that in mind. Try to find them a nice sunny spot, south-facing, sheltered, with good well-drained soil, and they will do very nicely in the UK. Or alternatively, you can of course grow them in a pot. But I promise you, at this time of year, February, March, when these burst into flower, they are truly spectacular. A friend of mine has got one in their garden, and I don't know how long it's been there, maybe decades, but it's a huge mimosa tree, and it looks spectacular. In the UK, we normally say they grow to about 3 metres, but in the right spot, they can do exceptionally well. Or, of course, you can contain them in a pot as well. So this is mimosa. It's also known as Acacia delbata as well. I love the name mimosa. And when you place your order, you will receive one of these thousands of mimosas, but whichever one you get, I know you'll be truly delighted with it.
We all love those mimosas, as does Shaun, as you can see there. 510235 is the mimosa that we've got for you, and down to $24.99 or $22.49 if you are in the club. If you're not in the club, please make sure you join. It's a brilliant way to save lots of money. £5 is your auto renewal on the club fee, but you will save 10% across all the plants that we're going to show you today, and not just the plants, also on things like your planters as well. So we'll run you through all those details a bit later on, but we've got to move on to a couple of grow your owns, haven't we? And we're going to start with well, trees basically.
Well, we've got a right couple of plums here.
Hey, and he doesn't mean us.
But yeah, I mean, this looks like one plant. Well, it is one plant, but it's not. It's actually two plants. Our producer, Stu, calls it witchcraft. He does.
So you're growing two types of fruit on one tree.
Yeah, it's not witchcraft, it's grafting. Yeah, graft. Yes, graft.
It's not craft, it's graft.
No, it's witchcraft, not witchcraft.
Witchcraft, hey,
yeah.
We got there.
That's what
Always
it is.
writing that down.
But yeah, we've got two varieties. We've got Victoria, which is obviously probably the most famous variety
of
plum, and then there's one called Tsar, which is also, again, a really, really popular variety. The Victoria one, great for jams, preserves, having with custard, for example, or eating straight from the actual shrub itself.
Yeah.
That probably fruits slightly earlier. And then on the other side, although which side is which, I can't tell you. You won't know that until they actually fruit. so this could be the Tsars, could be Victoria, it could be the other way around. But you'll know when they fruit. The Tsar one flowers, fruits slightly later as well. But again, a really, really fantastic, high quality plum. And it's great to get those two different types of plums on that one plum, because rather than get a big glut of one kind of plum on one tree.
So you've got too much all at the same time.
Yeah, you've got two different types that sort of mature at slightly different times, that have slightly different kind of culinary uses. And you can see here, I mean, just the amount of plums you will get on this. And of course, don't forget as well, the flowers. I mean, when plums start flowering, which isn't going to be far off actually, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful white flowers in the spring that look absolutely amazing. And then, of course, that flower gets pollinated, then the fruit starts to set. And then you just get those absolutely super, 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 super juicy kind of sweet plums that when you pick those yourself off your own tree, oh my goodness me, they taste so much nicer than supermarket ones, and
completely different taste.
Yeah,
isn't
it is different. I mean, when I say this, I'm not putting supermarkets down. You know, they've got a job to do, and that's how it has to be. They can't go and pick these plums the day before, otherwise they wouldn't transport, would they? But all I'm saying is when you grow your own and you're able to pick them at that precise moment. Yeah, the taste is sublime, absolutely sublime. But this is a bare root plant. Again, don't worry about that. This plant is dormant at the moment. This plant has been lifted out the field with the root intact. It's been kept in cold storage. This plant is dormant, so it's sleeping. All it's waiting for you to do is pop it back into the ground, or you could grow it in a pot if you wanted to. That's possible. With this one, I would suggest perhaps one of our 30-litre heavy-duty pots could be a good option for this, because long-term, you've got the depth, you've got the soil, you've got the handles on there as well to kind of move it around when it's in one of those pots. And I just think, because it is a kind of a fruit tree, it doesn't necessarily need to be in a really attractive ornamental pot. You can have it in a more practical pot like you can see here. And it will grow in that pot for a number of years, again, because it's been sort of grafted as well onto a rootstock that's going to stop this ever getting too big. So it's not going to be like one of those plum trees that's going to get sort of 20, 30, 40 foot tall. It's going to remain compact. But yeah, just enjoy it.
And we can see how easy it is to pot them up. You can see when you open up the bare root itself, we're using our compost there, which is also available on the show for you on a great deal. If you want to go for the plum duo, remember you're going to get two different types of fruit, 300,066. You saw in that little clip the pots, the heavy duty planters that we've got for you. You get a pack of 4 of these for $19.99 with free postage. These are great, aren't they?
That is just bizarre.
We're upsetting Adam with the prices today.
No, I don't get it though.
It's coming out of your pocket the way you're in.
There's a really nice chap who runs a garden centre near me, and I was talking to him a little while back, and he was going absolutely mad because
About costs.
some of his smaller sized pots that he grows his plants in,
Yeah.
he said they've gone up by 7p per pot this year.
Gosh.
And they're only tiny pots.
Tiny. And how many? Oh, hundreds he'll need
and,
of those.
And he said, well, I can only put my plants up by 5p, so he said I'm going to lose 2p on each one this time.
Gosh.
So how we bring you pots this size
These are great.
for that value, it is mad. And when you look into the bottom of the pot as well, got great drainage system here as well, because you've got holes on the side, as you can see there, look.
Hello.
Holes on the side,
Yep.
and holes in the bottom as well. So even if the holes on the bottom get blocked, you've still got those side holes. You've got that fantastic rim there, but you don't even need that because you've got these incredible handles.
And they're moulded in,
They're
aren't
moulded,
they?
yeah.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, look,
Really strong.
trying to squeeze that pot.
Yeah.
You can see how white my knuckles are going. That is how strong and rigid these pots are. These are fantastic for growing so many different things. Fruit trees, potatoes, raspberries if you wanted to, tomatoes. If you wanted to grow dahlias in here for cutting, for example, or you can just use them. I've used these sort of pots in the garden for putting deadheadings in when I've gone around deadheading.
Great for garden storage.
Yeah, harvesting.
Yeah, moving logs. If you've got
Yeah.
a wood burner at home, great for keeping your logs in. Garden tidy, as you can see, they're gathering all the leaves up. $19.99 gets you 4 of those. Even growing your own strawberries in there. And remember our deal this week on strawberries. This is brilliant, isn't it? Normally we do 10 runners of the strawberries for $9.99. Today you can get them for 99 pence plus your postage if you add them in and you use the code YGTV1024. So these would be great for your strawberry
Well,
runners.
in fact, what you could even do if you wanted to, you could even plant, and we're going to talk about this little peach in a minute, you could even plant the peach or the plum in the middle of this pot, and then you could plant 5 strawberries around the edge of it. So you could create like an own little miniature fruit garden there. And the
love
good
that.
thing about these as well, if you put these at the
They
edge
do
of this
look
pot,
unusual, these
they do.
runners.
if you, whoa,
But they're going to give you great strawberries.
look at the root system on there. Look at that fabulous root system there. Look, that's
amazing,
gorgeous.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
look at that. But if you plant these in this pot, what it means is when the strawberries dangle over the side, they're going to be off the ground, which is great.
Keep them away from the slugs.
Yeah, keep them away from the slugs and snails.
Lovely.
Keep them dry. They won't all get covered in soil splashes and rain and stuff. So yeah, definitely grow your strawberries in here. Use our compost as well because you've got that fantastic compost. So put your peach or your plum in the middle and have your own little miniature fruit garden. And also, good thing about growing fruit in pots is you can always make sure it's in the sunniest part of the garden because near enough all fruit loves to be in full sun pretty much. So you can move it to where the best place is in your garden, not only for it to grow, but also then to harvest it and enjoy it when you're ready.
Now with your heavy duty pots, postage is included and the price is down to $19.99, but only if you use the code. Whatever you're shopping for on the show with us here at YouGarden TV, make sure you use our code this week, YGTV1024. There's a little box on the website for you to use that code as you're shopping with us. And remember, if you spend over £40 on your order, we'll pay the postage on everything for you. So it's definitely worth going over that £40 mark. And you'll find items to add up to that quite easily on our show. And then add in your strawberries, you won't pay any postage on your strawberries and you'll get them for 99p. So 130011 for your heavy duty pots. Now we're going to stick with edibles. We're going to talk about a peach tree next, aren't we?
Yeah, that just made me think of a Stranglers lyric, but I'm not going to repeat it.
Good. You just talk about peaches.
Yeah, on the beaches, it was that kind of thing. Yeah. But we won't go there. But yeah, again, look at this. This is a bare root plum. This plant, I'm going to say the word, this plant is sexy. It really is.
Sexy.
It is. This is a sexy little peach tree. How gorgeous is that? I mean, you have got a super compact plant there. It's a standard, which is great. It's a bare root plant with a fantastic root system there. It's dormant at the moment, so it's more than happy being kind of bare root. But look at the structure at the top. Look how gorgeously branched this is, and look at the buds on this.
What we're seeing here on every branch, every little knobbly bit, if you like, are the buds waiting to come through, aren't they?
In another few weeks' time, that is going to be an explosion of deep pink, gorgeous blossom that looks absolutely amazing.
Wow.
I mean, I'd just grow a peach just for the blossom, to be honest. But obviously, it's the peaches that you want, and this again, is grown on a rootstock that's always going to keep this compact. It's always going to keep it a dwarf kind of tree. This is not going to be a peach tree that's going to get really, really huge. You can see there.
I love it.
I mean, look at that. I mean,
it looks great.
It does. I mean, I've had customers over the years that have grown peaches up against fences, the side of barns and places like that, and it's always amazed me. Again, over the years, I've learnt things as I've sort of developed my career, and when I was a younger gardener, I didn't believe you could grow peaches out in the UK. I always thought there'd be somebody who had to grow them in a hot country. But now you can grow peaches like that in this country, and this plant here would be absolutely brilliant for growing in a pot. I mean, you could actually start off in one of these boxwood planters, probably for the first year or two even. It'd be quite happy in one of these. There's enough root space in there, and then probably eventually put it into a slightly bigger pot. But as I say, you'll get the pink blossom, the bees will come along and pollinate that blossom, and then later in the year you're going to get those fabulous peaches. But there won't be miniature peaches, there'll be full-size peaches, but on a plant, on a bush that is actually much, much smaller than ordinarily it would be.
$19.99 for a peach amber patio tree. 300,097 is your item number there. Those boxwood planters will be brilliant for your peach trees. We are going to talk about so much more on the show. We've got some other planters to mention quickly. The eclipse planters.
Yep. These are great, Shaun. These are great for summer bedding, great for winter bedding, great for things like nasturtiums, for example, or the little patio sweet peas, or possibly lobelia, just something that climbs so it's not too kind of crazy vigorous.
Right.
The gloriosa lily that we were doing the other week, that would look good in here as well. Good thing about these is you've got a pair of these as well, so you can bookmark them, bookend them, which is great. So either side of the front door, back door. Nice depth to these as well. I like the sort of that nice antique sort of burnished look you've got to them. Bronzy finish, which is really, really nice. UV resistant, frost resistant. These are going to last you year after year after year. And I just love the little sort of elegant lattice effect
really
on the top there, really. Yeah.
$9.99 gets you two of these.
Yeah, well, you can easily see in some garden centres, that would be $9.99 for one of those. Easy. Not a problem at all.
It's a buy one, get one free with us here at YouGarden, 130133. Let's show you how easy it is, because you've only got to put one in your basket, but you do have to use the code so that we will put the second one into your basket for you. 130133 is your item number. And whatever you're shopping for, make sure you use that code, because it activates all the offers on the show. YGTB 1024. If you are filling your basket up as well, make sure you become a member of our club, because you'll get 10% extra off everything. So we've popped one in the basket. There's your offer code box there on the right. YGTV 1024 is today's code. Apply that, and straight away we'll pop a second one into your basket for you. Maybe you want to add some more in. So let's have a look. Oh, the boxwood planter is another buy one, get one free deal. This is brilliant. $14.99 doesn't get you one, it gets you two, because it's on a buy one, get one free. And I would definitely go over £40, add some compost in, because if you add in the compost at $24.98, not only do you get all those deals, you've gone over £40, so we're going to give you free delivery as well. But look there, it also should add in those strawberries, because our deal that we've got for you on the strawberries, this should be $9.99, 320024, $9.99 strawberry runners. Add those in, and you look 99p on your special deal. And if you want that price to come down even further, become a member, because if you become a member, you'll then get an extra 10% off everything. Just create a password on your way out. It's definitely worth joining the club for that extra 10% off.
Just a quick.
Oh my goodness, we haven't seen that.
Look at this. Look.
These planters, $11.99 each. They're now $9.99. But for two, not for one, for two. So you get two for $9.99, and they should be $11.99 each.
I swear on my life that was on there as well, because I had to wipe it off because it was really, really grubby.
You were cleaning it up.
Yeah, I was just going to show you the bottom of it a moment ago, and I thought, oh my goodness, look,
what a deal!
Yeah, there you go.
What another deal! But you've got to use the code YGTV1024. Now, Compost. Compost, if you think all compost is the same, I would have to say you would be wrong.
Yeah, you'd be very, very wrong, to be honest. Yeah, because this is a professional grade compost, and this compost is phenomenal. I've used this compost so many times. I've used it for growing cuttings. I've used it to sow my seeds in. I've used it to repot my house plants. I've used it to top up plants that are in pots when the soil starts to go down. And I've seen just so many remarkable pictures, that folk have sent in over the years of plants that have grown in this, daffodils that are almost double the size of daffodils that aren't grown in it, hanging baskets that just have the most mind-blowing sapphinias growing out of them because we've used this compost.
Amazing reviews over the years.
Yeah.
People have sent reviews that normally you'd put, oh, this is great compost, but paragraphs saying it's changed the way they garden, because it allows your plants to have the best chance in life.
It does,
doesn't it?
yeah. I mean, first of all, it's a peat-reduced compost as well, and this was peat-reduced long before other people were reducing peat as well. And elements in this compost as well hold on to the moisture, so you've always got that moisture held in the compost, but of course you don't want a compost that's going to be too wet and claggy and heavy and get waterlogged. So you've got that composted wood fibre in there as well, which you can also see. That adds texture to this compost. It means the air can get in. It means the water can percolate through and drain out. So this compost is never too wet. It's never too dry. And talking of never too dry, there's a wetting agent in this compost. So it makes the compost almost like kitchen towel. It makes it super absorbent. And before the show, the top of this compost, when we came in, it was already light coloured and it had dried out because it's warm in here and we got the lights. I got a 5 litre can of water with a little rose on the end. I went up and down, up and down, up and down. And apart from where I was a bit clumsy, a little dribble came off at the front here. It just all soaked.
It soaked into the compost, and it held in the compost.
Yeah, it held. It didn't all pour out on the floor underneath.
Yeah.
So now, this compost is really, really nice now. In fact, I can almost squeeze. Oh, nearly.
Oh, because it's so absorbed. There's water in there.
Yeah, a few little drips of water coming out of that. But again, look at that. I mean, I've really squeezed that, but look how it just breaks up again. It doesn't go into a solid lump.
Well, and if you think about that compost that you buy from the supermarket or from the DIY stores, it's so clumped, you struggle to get it out of the bag, don't you? There's all sorts in there, and sometimes you were saying about some of it.
Yeah, I bought some. Yes, it smelled like poo. I mean, I just still can say it just smelled like poo. That's
no, thank you.
Bottom line. I was saying as it is, it was horrible. And like Stu just said, I've emptied compost out before. There's been sticks in it. One side, one with some balers twine in there. I've had some with bits of soggy paper, all sorts of weird stuff.
It's so great to work with this compost. It sounds weird, doesn't it? But it feels great as soon as you touch it.
Yeah, and for really fine seeds, it's good as well. Because again, that really lumpy compost, when you put this in a seed tray, you've got that really big lumpy compost, and you're putting those little tiny seeds in. You think, how the earth are they ever going to germinate in this? But when you put your seeds on this, you just know that they're going to germinate really, really well. You know those roots are going to get down. You've got the slow release fertiliser as well, so it's going to keep feeding those plants. It's pH balanced, which sounds gobbledygooky, but basically it means it's not too acidic, it's not too alkaline, so the greatest amounts of plants can thrive in this compost as well. And just so amazing. It just comes in these plain bags. We don't need to put it in big fancy bags because it's not going anywhere apart from us to you. It's not stopping somewhere on the way.
You buy it and you're ready to use it.
Job done.
And this is the true difference it makes underneath the soil. That root establishment, it allows the roots to get right into the soil, so they've got the best chance because they're holding on. You've got all the nutrients in there that we were talking about. The difference it makes is amazing. Hayley, my other half, who sometimes comes here to YouGarden and presents, it made her a gardener because she'd never really succeeded in the garden. But with this, it made a difference because she's using the best ingredients.
Yeah, well, as I say, I mean, I've got a greenhouse where I live now, which I've had for the last 5 years. I never had a greenhouse all my life, so when I moved to where I'm now and I got a greenhouse, it was just the best.
I've got a greenhouse.
Yeah, it was the best thing ever.
Shaun Ryan was like that. Oh my goodness, when he got his greenhouse.
I know, it changed my world getting my greenhouse, and it meant I could start to grow. I mean, last year I grew my own bedding plants, and I used this compost. This compost is what I use to grow my seeds in, and then when I sort of prick them out and then put them into the bigger little modular trays with the little cells, I use this compost, and they all grew so fantastically well.
And this is why they use it here in the nursery, because everything gets the same chance. So imagine in a nursery, you want all the plants to be a uniform size, so they have to have the same opportunity, don't they? And when you go out into the nursery, we're so lucky here in the potting shed, we get to see everything at different stages of growth, but everything's uniform.
Yeah, it is, because some compost or whatever, if it's not a good mix, then some plants are going to get a good bit of compost, somebody are going to get a bad bit of compost, and this, because it's blended so well, because all the quantities are put in so evenly. We know every bag is as good as each other. You're getting that continuous, perfect quality all the time.
And it's not old, it's not stagnant. The turnover of compost. The first time I came to the nursery, Hayley and I came for a tour. It was about a year ago, I think, and they took us round to the compost area where they keep the compost, and the lorries were arriving. But the team were telling us that's not going to sit there for months at a time. It turns around so quickly because the amount of compost they sell, professional premium compost, can make a huge difference. The deal we've got for you get 2 50-litre bags, 100 litres in total, for $24.98 with postage included, as long as you use the code YGTV1024. If you're in the club, it comes down to $22.48 with your postage included. 125 is your item number, and you can multi-order. Lots of people do. It's a great time of year to multi-order your compost and have it delivered to your door. I hate carrying compost from the garden centre to the car, using them funny trolleys going around the garden centre.
Is it Roger? Sorry, go on. No, sorry.
Then from the car to the house to the garage where you've got to. I'd rather have it delivered to the door.
And then you catch it on things and you rip the bag.
What you said, and then your boots full of compost. And we had one viewer who sent a picture in of all his compost that he's got ready to take him into the spring. Graham, it was. Brilliant picture from Graham. And so do multi-order, get yourself a garden ready as we go into spring. There it is. There's Graham's, and that's how you should store it, Adam.
Yeah, store it that way up, because if you do it sort of horizontally, then you're going to squish it all down and squeeze the air out of it. Leave it upright like that, and it will stay all nice and fluffy and
lovely. Ready to use.
Come out the bag really nice, like crumble.
Excellent, that's what we want. 125 for your compost. Let's remind you of some of those favourites that we've had on the show. If you've just joined us, welcome to YouGarden TV. Lovely to have your company. We're live right through till 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we're going to remind you of some of those favourites. We'll start with the skyscraper lilies. These are exactly that. Lilies that will get so tall and strong, as well as being tall. With the skyscrapers, you're going to get 5 varieties, lovely colourways. You've got vibrant colours and traditional colours, 5 varieties and 5 of each. Each bulb will give you masses of flowers, and it's $14.95. That's a brilliant price for the skyscrapers. $39.95 is the price it should be, down to $14.95 or $13.46 if you're in the club. 630326 is your item number there. If you want something that's easy to leave in the garden but gives you amazing vibrant colour in your garden, we've got the Begonia Fimbiatas for you. These are mixed colourways. You can get 10 tubers for $9.99, or with our double up deal, add a second one in, it'll be 2 for $14.99, as long as you use the code YGTV1024. 630190 is your item number if you want to go for our begonias. I love the way there's so many leaves, they're so full, those flower heads with your begonias, and they will grow in pretty much any weather. These favourites that we've had for you have been flying out of the door. The bottlebrush plant, the callistemon, has been a popular plant for us all week long. It should be $24.99, it's down to $14.99. It's a really big size, really substantial. It's a 2.5 litre pot we've got for you at $14.99. When it comes into flower with those bottle brushes, you'll absolutely love it. Something a bit different. 510046, your item number there. We have a variety of roses on the show, but I think this has been my favourite this week. This is a standard, so it's a bare root. It means it's been taken out of the ground, it's been in cold store. You get it home, you water it, you plant it, and then it's going to grow with this lovely ball of colour at the top on a standard there. You're going to get 2 bare root trees, so you'll have 2 of these standards that you're seeing for $29.98 with the postage included. 530196 is your item number. If you're going for those roses, I would definitely add in the planters that we've got on a very special deal. The boxwood planters, these are a 33 centimetre diameter, so it's over 12 inches, and they're a buy one, get one free. So at $14.99 for one of those, it's a good deal. You're going to get two for $14.99. As long as you use the code YGTV1024, you put one in your basket, we'll put the second one in for you. And if you're in the club, you'll only pay £13.49. 130395. If you want those, they are hanging on. So please be quick if you want those boxwood planters. Now, these are brilliant. If you want to grow seedlings on, the propagator kit that we've got for you is brilliant. This is a triple pack of these. There's space for up to 90 plants. The inner trays do actually come out of there, so it's really easy when you want to move them on. But it's all about growing on your seeds. And they're like mini greenhouses you can have on the windowsill. You're going to get 3 trays, 3 lids, and then all those separate trays within there. There's room for 90 plants for $9.99, and the bottom tray doesn't actually drain through. You've got your inner trays that have the drainage inside them. 120034 is your item number. Always popular when we have the propagators to grow on your own plants and seeds. So $9.99, the value there's great, and if you're in the club, it'll be an extra £1 off for you. Now, at the beginning of the show, we showed you this. If you've seen Kojo no Mai before, these are absolutely stunning. I've normally only sold them as shrubs, as plants, but this is a standard. So again, you've got all that gorgeous colour at the top of the standard. 510257 is your item number there at $27.99 or $25.19 on your club price. I've got to keep reminding you of the offer code. Make sure you use the offer whatever you're shopping for, because it activates everything on the show. The discounts, the buy one get one frees, the double up deals, YGTV 1024 to activate all those discounts and deals that we've got for you. The pineapple guava is another stunning plant. It's got great foliage year round, but when it does come into flower, the flower is so tropical looking. You get that. Isn't that stunning? 680146 at YouGarden. We try and bring you things that are a little bit different. We have all your favorites on the shows, and we have a mass of plants that we don't even feature on the live shows on the website, but things to get your garden ready right now. We had a gorgeous sunny day yesterday, so it just inspires you to get out in the garden, doesn't it? And that's what we try and do for you here with our experts like Adam and Bex and Shaun Ryan, people who are massively knowledgeable in the garden. So if you want the pineapple guava, 680146 is your item number there. Let's take a look at, the roses. We've got lots of rose options for you on the show. And we're looking at the 5 bare roots. These were Adam's favourites. The shrub rose collection. Again, bare roots, you get them home, you soak them in water, you get them planted up. You'll be amazed when these come into flower. Look how stunning they are. Adam was saying some of them look like peonies, the flower heads on some of these roses. 5 different varieties, 5 bare roots for $19.99. 530022 is your item number there. And if you're in the club, your price comes down to $17.99. One more I want to show you before we get back to Adam, the Anemone Blanda. These are beautiful colours, purples and whites. This is a buy one get one free. Again, all you've got to do is use the code. You put one in your basket and we'll put the second one in for you, and you get 75 bulbs for $9.99. Prolific amount of flowers there, so do make sure you get hold of the anemones, and you'll get 150 bulbs in total. 630244. Don't go anywhere. You're watching YouGarden TV. It's lovely to have your company here at YouGarden TV. I'm Shaun. I'm joined by Adam this morning. Adam's got a huge plethora of experience when it comes to gardening. Award-winning.
Yeah, 4 gold medals at the Chelsea Flower Show and some silver medals, some silver gilt medals. 37 years self-employed, gardening since I was 5. And I'm only 41, so done quite well, really.
You've done very well, and you look so good.
It's working outside, Shaun.
That's what it is.
Does fresh air.
You're like a plant. You just thrive in the outdoors. Now, we're going to get back to our deals. It's lovely to have your company. If you've just joined us, remember YouGarden TV is live on a Wednesday and Thursday morning, and also on a Sunday from 10 through till 2 p.m. So we've got about 30 minutes left. We're going to take you through some of the favourites from the week, aren't we?
Yeah.
And starting with the Escalonia. Now, the price on this, don't let the price put you off. Sometimes you think, how have they done that deal? Well, Stu, our producer, director, creative man, the man who does everything when it comes to YouGarden TV, he battled for this price. Good man.
No, absolutely, yeah, because I can see that being $14.99, even $19.99 in some of those crazy garden centres.
Crazy.
But really, 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 really good plant, this one. The fact it's evergreen, that's what I love about it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Now, we're going to show you one that's on the website right now that you can buy for $12.99, but it's a 9 centimetre pot. $12.99 for a 9 centimetre pot. Make sure you're using the one that we've got live on the show, because this is a 2 litre pot, 510545. For $9.99 or $8.99 if you're in our club. This is grown on, isn't it?
Yeah,
this
I mean,
size?
that is a really, I mean, that's, sometimes you might get a shrub that's only sort of 4, 5, 6 inches tall. I mean, that's actually got a stem on it. Look, I mean, it's so mature. Evergreen as well, which is fantastic about this. I love evergreen shrubs, because even in the kind of the middle of the winter time, they're still going to give you that kind of fantastic interest as well. When you think about Escalonias, sometimes, if you know Escalonias, sometimes they can get to be really huge, unruly shrubs that get a bit woody and a bit unattractive with age. Okay. This one doesn't. This is a nice compact plant. It's always going to look good. You can trim it if you want to after it finished flowering. But oh my goodness me, look at the flowers on this. You know, now you can have an Escalonia even in the smallest space, even in a window box practically, because this is a compact variety. For month after month after month, you're going to get these conical heads of pink flowers. On the picture there, you can see, even though some are in full flower, you can see there's still buds actually still waiting to open. So it's not like a week or so, then it's all over.
Right.
This is
keeps giving.
Quite a long flowering period. It does have a fragrance. I'm not going to oversell it and say it's like, mind-blowing. It's quite subtle, but it's got quite a sweet little fragrance, which is nice. It's bone hardy. It's drought tolerant. It's not particularly fussed about soil. All it really wants is a nice sunny open position. But as I say, you can grow it in a pot or a container if you want to. Just an absolutely brilliant pedigree plant.
Hardy guarantee as well.
Yeah, lifetime guarantee on that. So if you lose it, we'll replace the plant for you. But really, I can't see how you are going to lose this, because, as I say, the one we had in our front garden winter before last, it went down to -11. But it survived, no problem at all.
Still been fine. It looks so healthy, and these have been out in the nursery for the past few weeks as well. The value on this one, it's probably the best value on the show. $9.99, lovely glossy evergreen leaves. So you'll always have that look, and then you'll have the flowers as well. 510545 is the item number there if you want to go for that one. Now, begonias, when it comes to something that you can leave to get on with it, begonias are pretty much them, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, if you want fantastic colour, if you want a plant that's going to grow, whether it's a hot, dry summer, whether it's a windy, damp summer, if you want something to get the children or the grandchildren involved with growing, if you want colour, if you want joy, if you want spectacular flowers, if you want great foliage, if you want plants, all you've got to do is plant them, water them and feed them, and then that's it. These begonias are the ones to go for, because they're like a carnival. They're like a Rio carnival in a hanging basket, to be honest. They're just, honestly.
Now, Joan sent in a question. Hi, Joan. Lovely to hear from you. In about a 10, 12-inch pot, how many of the tubers would we put in?
I'd say about 3 is all you need.
Yeah, I would have thought about
just
that.
kind of, just sort of, space them out. 3, what would that be? 360 divided by 3. What's that?
What?
360. 360 degrees divided. What is that? That's
120.
120, yeah. Yeah, so 120 degrees, like one at each 120 degrees, yeah, 3 in a pot, yeah. Just put 3 in a pot, keep it simple. Yeah, spread them out, yeah.
You don't need to know
That's
the
all you
degrees,
need, honestly. 3 in a pot would be fine, because these get to big, chunky plants, and sometimes it's best to underplant rather than overplant, because otherwise they compete.
Okay, they fight with each other then.
Yeah, give them a bit of space, but 3 will fill a pot, no problem.
There you go. And if you do want to get in touch, we love to hear from you. If you've got any pictures to send to us of your garden, or you've got any questions there, you can still get in touch with us. ygtv@yougarden.com if you want to get in touch. We'll pop that on the screen there for you. So if you want the begonias, the Fimbiata mixed tubers, remember all those vibrant colours, you can get 10 for $9.99. But with the double up deal, if you put 2 in your basket, you'll get 20 for $14.99, as long as you use the code YGTV1024. So that's your begonias, and we're going to try and fit in as much as we can before the end of the live show for you. We're going to take a look next at something that's been really popular all week, the Crocosmia.
Again, hardy, easy to grow, not particularly fussed about soil other than really waterlogged soils, come up year after year after year. They divide, they spread, they grow on rigid upright stems, they flower for weeks on end. They're in these wonderful hues of yellow and red and orange, and some colours almost sort of bicoloured as well. Just an absolute joy, really. All they really ask of you is plant them somewhere in full sun. Grow them in pots, troughs, containers if you want to, but do very well in the garden. Yeah, just an amazing plant. They just come up year after year, and just one of those sort of plants that you pop in the ground and you just let it grow. In the autumn, the foliage sort of goes a yellowy colour, and they'll die right down to below ground level. You won't even know they're there in the winter. But this time of year, look out in your garden, you'll start seeing these little spikes, these little sword-shaped green spikes coming out the ground. That will be them re-emerging from their winter slumber, and then by the time we get to late spring into summer, you'll then see the flower spikes start to push out through the middle of the foliage, and then bang, you get this like firework explosion of fabulous colours, like you can see on the screen here. They used to just come in orange, but now they come in the most wonderful array of colours. You may be familiar, a lot of people would be familiar with the really huge tall one called Lucifer, the big red one. Same type of plant, just a different variety.
The lovely fiery shades,
yeah, they are.
Reds and oranges and yellows.
If you want to grow what they call a hot border, which people do these days, great for a hot border, because you could put really fiery kind of red dahlias in there, and
so it's all the colours.
Hot borders. So if you was going to grow a hot board, you'd have oranges, you'd have reds, you'd have yellows, you'd have
flamey colours.
That's it, the real big sort of fiery hot colours.
Right.
And they would look fantastic. They'd probably plant them towards front of a bed.
The height.
Yeah, they're probably about so high, probably sort of 18 inches, 2 foot kind of high. But they have really, really lovely, rigid, wiry stems as well. So even on a windy day when it's rainy, they don't all flop.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they stay upright.
Great deal on the Crocosmia. If you want to go for those, you get 50 corms for $9.99. But the double up deal, if you want to put a second one in, you'll only pay £5 extra, and you'll get 100 corms. So 630234. That'll be only activated if you put the code in there. Remember, you've got to use the code on everything. You've got a little promotional box on the website. When you go through, use our code for the week, YGTV1024. It activates all the deals for you. Summer bulb collection that we've got for you is 300 bulbs, but what you were saying about, I love the fact that it's not all going to flower together, is it?
Yeah, it's not what I call a lazy collection of bulbs.
Yes.
Sometimes you see these bulb offers and they're just really middle of the road, quite bland sort of bulbs. It's like, they're quite nice, but I'd like something a bit more special. Well, you've got something more special in this, because you've got Liatris in this. You've got actually Liatris, which is this one at the top here, the gay feather, as they call it. That flowers from the top down, which is quite unusual. Then moving across, you've got Broadier on the opposite side there. They flower sort of late spring, midsummer. Gladioli's in the middle, not you needed me to tell you that. Fantastic gladioli's there. Then either side of the gladioli's is 2 different types of allium. You've got the yellow and the white allium down there, probably May, June flowering time. And then dropping down towards the bottom, freesias, the incredible freesias, the multicoloured freesias there with the lovely, lovely, sweet, delicious scent. And then those super, super white Axidanthera, which have now categorised into the gladioli family. But what I particularly like about this collection is you've got bulbs that are going to be flowering probably from April all the way through to sort of September, October even, probably ending up with the gladioli being some of the last to come into flower, and the axidantha are there. So not just a huge show of bulbs. And look at the freesias, double and single as well. So, you know, not just one type. So you've got a bulb collection there that's going to give you colour over many, many months. You've got different heights, you've got different flower colours, you've got different flower textures, you've got different foliage textures. So what I like about it is it's such a lovely, thought through, wonderful mix of bulbs here. Something unusual, something different.
It's a great collection, different heights, different colours, different seasonal flowering. To get all that for $11.99 works out at £4 a bulb. 630130 is your item number there. Lilies that are majestic.
These are majestic. I mean, they're majestic because of the fabulous colour range that you can see. Already, look, these little lilies are already growing. Look, already making their kind of, making their way out into the world there. Look, which is absolutely fantastic to see that little shoot on there. They just want to grow. They're just so excited to get in the ground. And the great thing about when you plant a bulb is always say you plant a promise, because the little embryonic flower is already in the middle of that bulb. All you've got to do is plant it in the ground, and nature will do the rest for you. And look at the colour mix on these as well: yellows, oranges, whites, sort of pinks. You're going to have a little bit of scent with those as well. Dramatic flowers, and with buy one get one free. You know what? I'd probably have 10 of these bulbs in my beds and borders, or in pots and troughs, and I'd grow another 10 on the allotment in the kitchen garden or somewhere else, so I can, as them as cut flowers, and bring them indoors.
Yeah, most definitely. And the value, if you think about how much you pay for cut flowers, you can grow your own and have this stunning collection for $9.99. That'll be 20 bulbs, because it's a buy one get one free, as long as you use the code YGTV1024. 650134 is the item number if you want to go for those majestic lilies with a stunning array of colour that we've got there, and those vibrant colours when it comes to lilies. So make sure you get hold of those. We've got so much we want to squeeze in, so we might be speeding up a little bit as we come towards the end of the show. This has been so popular. Now, we call it pineapple guava. It's neither of those.
No. That's a bit like me calling you David Simon or something.
Well, you could if you want.
You're neither of them, are you?
No, but I've been called much worse.
But yeah, I mean, this does fruit, and apparently they taste like sort of pineapple guava kind of flavour.
Combo.
So yeah, I'll be honest, I've never tasted one of these, and I haven't particularly seen them fruit, but don't worry about that, because it's the flowers on these that are just mind-blowing, just almost kind of otherworldly kind of flowers on these, spectacular flowers. Again, another evergreen plant as well, so all the way through the winter it looks green, it looks interesting. There's always something going on with this plant. Really unfussed about soil as well. These grow in quite poor soils, sandy soils. In fact, a bit like the callistemon we're going to talk about in a moment, both of these plants will grow in very hot, dry kind of situations where other plants might struggle. We were saying earlier on, Osborne House saw these growing. Isle of Wight, yeah. And I went the summer before last. Remember we had that 6-week period where it hit 41 degrees. And
well, it was very dry there, because I went, didn't I, a couple of weeks afterwards.
I was a bit disappointed, really, because the gardens were just all brown and leaves are falling off the things. But these were just near where you go in and pay, and near where the restaurant bit is there. And they had next to the toilets. That's what I remember.
By the toilets.
Yeah, they were by the toilet. And I remember going over to see these, and they were shrubs about this height, and they were just smothered in those just amazing flowers. And in a hot summer, they probably would set fruit afterwards. And yeah, perhaps some years you might get the odd fruit to try, but ultimately for me, it's the evergreen nature of this. It's just the lovely upright habit of it, and it's those glorious flowers that I think are just fantastic. The underside of the leaves actually...
Look at that, yeah.
They're kind of like a silvery colour. They kind of reflect the light underneath, and then you've got that lovely sort of dark green on top.
So vibrant and green.
Quite often, when you see plants that have got that silvery kind of coloured leaf, that's an indication that they do grow in very hot, sunny places, because that kind of reflects the UV, it reflects the sunlight. Yeah, it stops the plants from being scorched. But hey, look at that. I mean, it's like, say, like Avatar, isn't it? It's just like it's like somebody's got AI to. So somebody said, AI, create a flower.
Yeah.
Create a really bizarre flower, and that's what they've come up with. But you see, nature
Way
is
better.
always one step ahead, always
Way
much, much better.
The value there's great as well. $14.99. It's in a 2-litre pot. 680-146. Don't forget, if you're in the club, you get 10% off all of the prices, and those prices are always in yellow on the details if you're a club member. Now, next up, we're going to look at the callistemon, the bottle brush plant, aren't we?
Yeah, another plant that will just take the most awful soil. In the sense, I mean, if you've got dry soil, if you've got sandy soil, if you've got stony soil, if you've got soil that you just can't keep moist, if you've got a really super hot sunny position, if you've got a bit of a windy area, if you've got a seaside garden, if you've just got a really high UV, super baking, burny bit of the garden where other shrubs just shrivel up and disintegrate, the callistemon will say, bring it on, just take me out there and just let me soak up those rays, because this originates from Australia, so this loves full sun. And when you get this home and you feel the leaves, these leaves almost feel like plastic, because again, these leaves are designed to keep the moisture in, to stop the leaves drying out. And it has a really sort of quite amusing little habit on callistemons, is that the seed heads, or the old seed capsules, stay on the stem many, many years after they're flowered. And sometimes on really mature bushes, you can count down these little groups all the way down the stem, so it almost like ages the plant for you. Look at this at the top here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flower heads on there. A tight bud in the middle there, so this is going to flower for a long, long period of time.
And they all go into that gorgeous red bottle brush
there we
looking
go.
flower.
You can see one here.
Oh yeah, you've got one started over there.
This flower's just starting to go over a little bit, but I tell you, don't worry about that, look, because there's
another one.
There's another one just above that's about to grow as well. And look at the quality of this plant. You know, a super multi-branched plant, really, really good, healthy-looking plant. 2.5 litre pot there, and to get that out, to get that home, get it out of the box and put it straight in the garden, you've got that instant impact. And wow, I mean, look at this, Shaun.
How full is that? Yeah.
But this is what you'll get. Don't spoil this plant. Don't put it in super rich soil.
Don't you be really looking after it?
No, just put it somewhere in full sun, in that super well-drained soil where it's got as much light and sun as possible, and bang, it will do that for you.
$14.99 is the price there, or $13.49 if you're in the club. And remember, if you spend over £40, you'll get free delivery on the entire order. So 510046 if you want to go for your bottle brush plant. I've got to remind you of the planters. These have been so popular throughout the week. We've only got 20% of the stock remaining. We didn't even think we'd have enough for the weekend, but we did have a few remaining. There's only 20% of the stock left. You can see inside there, $14.99 is the price for one. That would be a great price. We're doing a buy one, get one free. So you're going to get both of them for $14.99 as long as you use the code YGTV1024. You'll get both of them for $14.99 or $13.49 if you're in the club. I would definitely get those. UV stabilized, frost resistant, great drainage, and lightweight, but super strong to move around the garden, really easy. Now, Adam's just disappeared and pulled back the honeysuckle because lots of you have jumped on board going for this. $12.99 price for this is brilliant.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to just tilt this forward because look at the shoots. Look at this. I mean, look.
Oh, yeah.
Look at all those. They're going to grow sort of 3 or 4 feet easy. Look, this might even grow 2 or 3 metres by the end of this year.
Really?
2 or 3 metres more than what it is now. I mean, how healthy is that foliage? This is such a super happy plant. And of course, you've got those absolutely stunning honeysuckle flowers. And then, in addition to that, the fragrance. Oh, goodness. The fragrance in the evening, just as it's getting dark, just after dark. Wow, it'll just fill your garden with the most sweet-smelling, delicious, delectable perfume you can imagine. And that gives a clue to its pollination technique. Moths are the thing that are going to pollinate this rather than butterflies and bees. I remember as a kid, I grew a huge honeysuckle in my garden, and every summer in the evening, it just used to fill the whole area just as that wonderful, wonderful sweet fragrance. Lovely. Yeah, and just such a good plant for growing up pergolas, arbours, growing around trellis work, growing over old tree stumps, or if you've got a climbing rose going over an arch, why not plant this on the opposite side and get the two to growing together, and then you can have that sort of double rose flower and honeysuckle kind of mixed in together.
Great value. I think that's why it's been so popular. At $12.99, it's already almost a metre tall in a 2 litre pot. 550331 at $12.99 or $11.69 if you're in the club. We've got lots more still to try and fit in for you. Something that I've got in our garden here is the Nandina Firepower. These are stunning because they change colour. I love the noise they make in the wind.
Yeah.
They're great, aren't they?
Well, that's the thing, Shaun, with this, isn't it? All the year through, this shrub looks absolutely amazing. The foliage starts off this incredible deep red, and as time goes by, it gradually dulls down to that sort of nice shiny green. They flower as well, and then lovely sort of white flowers on these, and they will have berries again sort of later on after flowering. But just such a great all-rounder plant. Plant this somewhere in full sun, that's where it's happiest, but super drought tolerant plant as well. I've seen Nandinas grown in the driest soil, but they're not bothered. It doesn't upset them. They're not worried at all. Really hardy. I've seen them getting through pretty much every single winter. Not really being frost damaged at all.
We don't. Awfully, we don't look after them very well because we're not here all the time.
But no, this is quite happy, just left to its own devices, and you don't even really need to trim this because this is quite a neat kind of plant as well. Just sort of a nice sort of mounded shape. And Stu was just saying there, when you see these en masse, like we've got at the nursery here, and you see a whole like greenhouse or carpet of these, the effect is mind-blowing. It really is stunning. So if you're looking for a shrub that's got drama, that's tough, that's drought-resistant, frost-resistant, evergreen, coloured foliage, flowers, berries, oh my goodness me, it couldn't have more, honestly.
It's $9.99 for this. It's spectacular, the price. If you're in the club, $8.99. And they look great en masse. They look great individually in pots. And you have that colour change of the leaves, which is always stunning. 510823 is your item number. And just $9.99. These are, well, the root system. They're very rooty. He's just taken it out of the pot to show you.
Yeah.
And so many roots just ready to escape.
Look at that. I mean, that's when you know we're sending you out such a fantastic quality plant, because the root system on that is absolutely amazing. I mean, all those fabulous roots there, all grown around the edge of the pot. So as soon as you get this in the ground, that's going to root really quickly and grow away. Because it's in that gorgeous professional compost.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The compost, if you're shopping for the compost, it's professional premium compost that we use here in the nursery. Next up, we're going to look at the jasmine.
Yeah, again, lovely plant there as well. Another climber, so you could do the same as we did with the honeysuckle, but of course this is winter flowering. So some years, I mean, for some years I've seen these even start flowering in October, but they'll go right through to January or February time. Lovely butter yellow flowers in the depths of winter, at the time when there's not much else going on. You can let these scramble over the ground. You can let them kind of become little unruly shrubs if you want, or you can let them climb up trellis work or wires, or climb up through other plants. Bone hardy, super frost resistant, drought resistant. I've seen them growing on north facing walls, south facing walls. Probably one of the easiest, most undemanding climbers you could ever grow.
The details on the screen are for your Nandina Firepower, 510823, but the same price for your jasmine, 550375. And like you say, that gorgeous yellow is just stunning, isn't it?
Especially in the low light levels of winter, it really stands out. And that's probably nature's way of attracting pollinators as well. You know, make yourself as conspicuous as possible on those dark winter days, so that what pollinated insects there are out there, they'll turn up and do what they need to do.
A bit like you, Adam, to be honest.
I wish.
So your jasmine, if you want to go for the jasmine, 550375 is your item number. Now remember our special deal this week. If you want some strawberries, to grow your own strawberries, we've got a great deal for you. And what an offer we've got on our Cambridge strawberries. These are 10 runners for 99p if you add them into your basket and you use the code YGTV1024. You will have to pay the postage, but if you're already paying postage and your postage is already $6.99, it won't be any extra. Adam, these are a great variety of strawberries.
They are, huge, great big juicy strawberries that are going to sort of fruit for you over a long period of time, disease resistant. Just an absolute sort of delicious strawberry, and a strawberry that when you grow yourself, Yeah, and you pick these at that perfect moment where they come away from the actual stem of the plant. Oh, goodness me. And, well, again, these are probably not going to make it back to the kitchen, are they? Because
you've eaten them all.
Every time you see one that's ripe, it's just off the plant into your mouth, and just that delicious, true strawberry flavour.
Should be $9.99, then 99p if you add them into your basket and use the code. The code goes for pretty much everything on the show. So to get the deals, the prices, the buy one get one frees, make sure you use our code 320024 for those strawberries. Add them into your basket and get them for 99p. This camellia is stunning, and Beck's one of our experts here at YouGarden. Absolutely loved this plant during the week. When you brought the sample in, Adam, we were like, is that a real flower? It's stunning, isn't it?
I'm not normally lost for words, but I'm struggling to find a kind of a word to describe this. I mean, this is heavenly. It's sublime. It's just one of the most beguiling kind of looking flowers I've ever seen. The size of this flower is amazing.
It's bold and strong and vibrant, isn't it?
It's like satin, isn't it? It's like the flower is made of satin. And that flower head is probably, I mean, it's probably wider. It's about as wide as the top of a teacup, isn't it? Probably
easy.
A bit wider than that, to be honest. Yeah. And it's not just like it's going to have this one flower and that's it. I mean, there's huge, great big buds on that plant.
Huge buds on the top here.
And then it's another evergreen as well. So all the way through the year, this is going to look absolutely fantastic, even in the middle of the winter. And then, of course, you get the flowers in the spring. If you've got acid soil in your garden, so you've already got rhodies and azaleas and things growing quite happily, this can go straight out into the garden. If you're worried about you haven't got an acidic soil, camellias grow fabulously well in pots. Just use ericaceous compost. It will flower for you year after year after year. Camellias are daft hardy, really super hardy. Just one little quick tip for camellias. Always make sure from mid to late summer you keep them really well watered, because that is the time they start to produce buds for the following spring. If they get a bit droughted, they won't form buds.
Oh, so in the summer, in the height of summer, really hydrated.
Yeah, keep them really well watered mid to late summer.
$24.99. The flowers that you're going to get on there, absolutely stunning. That gorgeous, vibrant, rich red, the femme fatale. 519 is your item. Isn't it beautiful? 519 is your item number there. Do keep shopping after the show, but make sure you use the code YGTV1024. You're back on Wednesday, Adam.
Yeah, I'm back Wednesday, and then I believe next Sunday as well. So
fabulous.
Which will be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Lovely. Adam, a wealth of experience in gardening. Gardening really is your life.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I'd do it 24/7 if I could.
Well, pretty much do.
Yeah, pretty much do. I've been me for myself, I'd like kind of. My dream is almost have like a 5-acre garden when I retire,
just
I
constantly
I just go round it, constantly move round it every day. Yeah,
sounds like most people's dream, doesn't it?
Oh, nightmare.
The compost, got to remind you of it. Always busy, massively busy once again. Premium professional compost. You get 2 50-litre bags. They're $24.98 or $22.48 in the club. Why is it so special?
Because it's got all the nutrients, it's got all the structure, it's got all the moisture retention that plants need. And really, if you want to get the best out of your plants, you need to put the best in for your plants, and this is the best.
It really is. Amazing ingredients, allows the roots to establish properly, giving your plants the best chance at life. 100-125, you can multi-order. You will get 2 50-litre bags, but it is about the blend, the pH balance. It's a true multi-purpose compost, and this is the difference you're seeing compared against standard compost. Look at the roots when you use professional premium compost against the standard compost that you might buy. And then all the ingredients are wetting agent, it's got a slow release fertilizer in there, and it's delivered to your door with the postage included. 100-125. Got to give you one last reminder on those boxwood planters that we had. Oh my word, stunning value on those. You get 2 for $14.99. You add 1 into your basket, we'll put the second one in for you if you use the code YGTV1024. 130395. If you want to see everything that we've had and so much more, go to the website yougarden.com and you will find everything that we have available. There you can see the team. Live now is our live show, and scroll down, you'll see all the items that we've featured for you today on this Sunday. Remember, Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday are your YouGarden days when you can join the team and see some fantastic shows, fantastic deals right across the board, and spend over £40 and we'll give you free delivery on your entire basket spend. So free delivery across everything that you buy. If you want those planters, however, they're hanging on by a thread. 130395 is your item number. Do keep shopping. Take a look at everything. What a joy it's been to
Thanks,
see
Shaun.
you.
It's been a pleasure. I enjoyed
Always
it today.
a pleasure, man.
Filthy hands.
It's fine. Gardening hands. Gardening hands is what I like.
Been good.
Lovely to have your company at home too. Make sure you join the team on Wednesday morning. And thank you so much for joining us, and do continue to email in, take part in the show. Make sure you join the club, because if you join the club, you get all those extra deals. From myself, Shaun, and Adam, we will see you very soon. Keep tuned to YouGarden TV. See you later.